So welcome to our Finance and Performance Committee meeting for the 24th of March. I'll open the meeting and then we'll get underway. Whakatake te hau ki te uru, whakatake te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e he ake ana te atakora, he tio, he huka, he hohu, tihei moriora. So good morning and welcome. We are running this meeting from the council chamber, but obviously all of the councillors and many of the meeting participants are online remotely. So we will attempt to run the meeting as best we can in that situation. If I can request that councillors and staff, as they've got questions or contributions, use the electronic hand-up function. That will allow us to better keep an eye on who wants to speak and to better manage the meeting. So let's start with apologies. So I've got an apology from Councillor Goff for a possible partial absence, an apology from Councillor Sarah Templeton for a partial absence, an apology from lateness from the Mayor Leanne. So I'm happy to move those apologies. Do I have a seconder? So Pauline Cotter will second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Or indicate by putting a hand up. Anybody against? That's carried. Thank you. So next we've got item 2, declarations of interest. So there are a number of declarations of interest that we are noting in relation to Cchl, Christchurch NZ, Venues Otatahi, Trans Waste and the Rickett and Bush Trust. So they're noted on the screen under item 2 and obviously we'll observe those as we move through the agenda. That will result in Sam MacDonald as Deputy Chair of this committee taking the chair for the Cchl and Christchurch NZ items. I'm also noting that item 22, which originally was a public excluded agenda item, has been brought into the open agenda with commercially sensitive information removed from the report. And obviously there is a public excluded attachment, but the report has been brought from the public excluded section of the meeting into the public part of the meeting. So we'll deal with that in the public meeting in that way. Item 3, confirmation of previous minutes. I'm happy to move the minutes of the meeting held on the 24th of February. Do I have a seconder?
Sorry, Andrew, I just didn't want to cut you off midway there. Just on 2, the only one that I couldn't see there was just Civic Building, which has got myself and Sam and Phil. So if we just note those ones as well.
All right, let's just pick that up then. So James Goff, Sam MacDonald and Phil Major for Civic Building. Thank you. And thank you for pointing that out. That's great. So now confirming the minutes. So I'm happy to move the minutes. Do I have a seconder?
I'm second.
So Jimmy Chen will second. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anybody against? Aye. That's carried. Thank you. Item 4, public forum. There are no public forum presentations this morning. And item 5, deputations. There are no deputations by appointment this morning. Item 6, presentation of petitions. I welcome Dr. Tracy McClellan, the Member of Parliament for Banks Peninsula. And Tracy, you have a petition to present to us this morning, and you have 5 minutes to speak to the petition, to present the petition. So over to you, Tracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Ate mai everybody, kia koutou katoa. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to this petition. It's a simple petition. It's a very simple petition, even though it does obviously pose some real challenges for council. And the simple petition is that we are asking for the Bromley Organics plant to be moved. It's an old-fashioned pen and paper petition, as you can see, although I've possibly got my background blurred. It's a pen and paper petition which has been circulated to the Bromley area and parts of Woolston as well. So to date, about 323 people have returned this petition, and more arrive daily at my parliamentary office. And I think it's important to note that it's not an online list build, and I'm sure we'd all agree that we can all be somewhat or even vaguely exercised about something enough to click a button. But this is not this. This is a physical community effort, and it was important that we did it this way because the community are really invested in this and they need to feel a part of doing something about the solution. So at my office, we've certainly had members of the public coming into the office, which is on Ferry Road, and handing over these petition sheets. They've been writing in, asking for more copies so that their friends and flatmates can sign up as well. And they've been asking what they can do to help and get involved. And what that really shows is that the people of Bromley and Woolston are quite rightly very passionate about this problem, and that's not something that we should take lightly. I think we'd all agree, and I know that you have heard this before, but this has been going on for too long, and it actually has a really salient and obvious impact on people's lives. Certainly, and I know I've said this before, but when I'm out and about in Woolston and in Bromley, it comes up all the time, every time. People mention the unpleasant smells. They mention the fact that they can't have their windows open, that simple things like drying laundry online or just enjoying the garden isn't possible. And residents really do feel sometimes that they're locked in their own homes. This week I ran into someone who went for a walk in the botanical gardens just to get away from the smell, and ran into people 2 or 3 streets over who all say the same thing. And the community has been working hard for years to get the City Council to notice this problem and to take steps to fix it. So the petition gave residents the chance to also leave some comments, which many people made the most of that opportunity. There's not all the comments that I'd be able to read out, but certainly, here's a little sample of a couple of things. So Linda said that she acknowledged that they'd only been back in Woolston for 3 years and that the stench had been a real spoiler for her, which was a shame. Amanda said something needs to be done. This belongs in a remote area, not in a residential area. And Marlene said it spoils our outside time in the garden. And many people also asked for more details about when the staff report was going to be made public. What's the next step? How do we get this moving? So to sum up, it's clear, I think, that this facility just isn't suited to residential areas. And no matter what changes are made to the operations, it's really, the people have no confidence that any changes will make a difference. So I really, really hope that the City Council listens to residents today and does the right thing when you have an opportunity to make a decision once that report is in front of you next month. The residents have had to put up with this for a really long time, and I do want to emphasise that as they sort of have empowered me to on their behalf advocate for the fact that it's time to take action, and they really do want that plant moved. So happy to take any questions.
So Tracy, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us and for presenting the petition this morning, which we will formally receive. And what we're going to do by way of resolution is to refer the petition to staff and to ask that staff respond to the issues raised in the petition as part of a report that's scheduled to come to this committee next month in April. So the timing in many ways is perfect. It allows staff to respond and report on the petition in line with that report and as part of that report that was due to come to the committee next month anyway. So thank you very much indeed for presenting that to us in this meeting so that we can do that. Now let's move to questions. I've got Phil and I've got Yanni. Phil.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. You did right. This has gone on far too, and it's time to get rid of it. One of the things that you didn't mention, which I have been dealing with is dust as well as smell. The dust rains down like just fine black grit.
Absolutely.
we now have the opportunity to shift it, and I'd just like to say, if I've got anything to do with it, it'll be gone.
So I would remind councillors that this is an opportunity for questions, not for debate.
Yep. Yeah, no, fair enough. So have you had people saying about dust as well?
Yes, absolutely, Phil, and you're right, and I should have mentioned that. And actually, more than that, people bring in photographs quite frequently, some of which are really quite alarming. And there'll be a couple of residents that I'm sure you're very well aware of who will let me know on the day in which they hose down the outside of their house and bring something in 2 weeks later to show, quite a deposit of that fine black dust.
Yes, I really remember a lady coming in. She had, I won't say a white handkerchief, but she had a white cloth that she just wiped her bathroom windowsill that morning, and people shouldn't have to put up with that. So well done with this petition. Thank you. Thank you
very much. Yanni.
Yeah, I mean, again, just to acknowledge the work that you've done to get the views in the area. A number of us as local representatives have been raising this for a number of years to try and get action, and it's great to see that something is coming back to council to consider what we can do to improve the situation. Just in regards to the decision making around the next steps, based on the comments that you've heard in regards to the petition and the desire for more information, do you think, and I know with COVID it's a little bit tricky, but do you think council needs to have some sort of community meeting or virtual meeting around that report so that people, before we make the decision, can have an opportunity to understand what we're proposing and why, and also possibly to specifically give their views?
Well, I always think that any consultation is time well spent, Yanni, and I know that you've been very involved and that you've met with these people on numerous occasions and have been supporting them through this sort of process. So I certainly, always think that that's a good idea. I think it's also really important to note that, when you've put up with something for so long, people just want to get on with it as well. So there's a balance to be had there in between, making sure that the report's really well understood and making sure that there's also no more delays.
Thank you. Pauline.
Yes. Hi, Tracy. Thank you so much for coming in. And look, yeah, we all feel really terrible about this situation. It has been going on for so long. So we actually put in a lot of mitigating measures, and I think maybe up to about 8 months ago or a year ago, as far as I know, the windrows have been removed from being outside now. So what I'm wanting to know from you, and this is no way leading into any decision about whether it stays or goes, but have you had any feedback that has helped a little bit with the odour? Have people said it's less or less frequent? Have you got any feedback on that?
Yes, yeah, and I think that several people who are probably have the most expertise in keeping an eye on this would agree that some of those mitigating factors have made a difference. It's just not reliable enough to be able to have confidence in the fact that they can have their outdoors back again. And it only takes a certain, the particular prevailing winds or certain sort of conditions for it not to hold, for those mitigations not to hold. But there's been feedback that they've, very much appreciate the fact that the council is trying to resolve this problem and that there has been mitigation in the meantime.
Yeah, thank you. And that mitigation will continue on until a decision is made and further on as well. So I appreciate the comments. Thanks, Tracy.
All right, thank you very much. Now, I'm not seeing anybody else indicating questions at this time. Are there any further questions for Tracy? All right, thank you. So we've got the resolution in front of us, thanking Dr. McClellan for the petition presentation and referring the petition to staff, and requesting that staff respond to the matters raised in the petition in the report that's scheduled to come to the committee in April 2022. So that's next month. So do I have a mover for the resolution?
I'm happy to move it.
So Pauline will move, and a seconder. Yanni will second. So moved by Pauline, seconded by Yanni. Because this is a petition, there isn't the opportunity for debate, but of course there will be the opportunity for questions and debate on the report when it comes next month. So I'll put the resolution. All those in favour say aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
Is there anybody against? That's carried. Thank you very much. And once again, Tracy, thank you for taking the time to come along to the meeting and present the petition this morning. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now moving to item 7, key performance results. And I'd invite Peter Ryan to the table to present this report and to deal with any resulting questions. So Peter, any opening remarks on this report, please? Thank you.
Just a few. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just to quickly recap on the purpose of this report, it's a high-level overview of the organisation's performance against levels of service to the community, the construction of capital projects, and our financial position. Performance for the month of to the end of the month of February is actually surprisingly solid. It's a positive result, even though some targets are slightly below where we want them. We need to take into account that our facilities have been affected, obviously, by COVID. Some of our revenues have been affected by COVID, and of course the project management report will talk in greater detail about the impacts on price escalations and supply chain. To quickly look at the results in general, levels of service to the community at 83.6, looking for 85%, so marginally down, but given the long effects of COVID right through this year and moving through from last year, that's actually a fairly solid result. Now, I will stress this is through to the end of February. Obviously, the situation has moved dramatically since then, and we'll be providing a further update in the next report. But to that point, our mitigations in dealing with COVID and managing our staff and our facilities have been quite solid. Capital projects show a positive result. The watch list projects are 91 against a target of 90. So that's quite solid. Again, there will be impacts there. Below this report, it's quite strongly supported by detailed reports from the Project Management Office on capital, which you'll be hearing about from Richard shortly, and from the finance team around the financial position. So there's more detail there if you need to drill in. Capital program planning for the coming year is fine, back on track. Capital planning for the future years is slightly below where it should be, but there is also quite a bit of time between now and the 1st of May when that target falls due. Finance, we're operating on budget with a surplus. The finance report will talk to that in greater detail. And the capital program spend to approved budget has dropped. That's relatively normal at this time of year and also to be expected given the impacts of COVID. Moving through to the graph on item number 3, service delivery, you can see there that despite COVID impacts all the way through the past 18 months, council service delivery has been solid and consistent right throughout. Again, I'll stress that our steps to deal with the impacts of COVID have played a big role there. There are some unknowns. At this point, the resident survey is due to come to council for an early heads up next month. So we'll have the final pieces of the puzzle for this year's performance will be clearer then. That will cover the overall satisfaction with council and satisfaction against our various services. So that will be factored into next month's result. Just moving to the scattergram, which is the graph showing large circles. I'd just like to spend a quick moment to explain that. I've had a few questions on it. It's essentially, in crude terms, a bang for buck diagram that shows our spend along the bottom axis, overspend and underspend, and our service delivery against the y-axis. Now, what this tells us is both sides of the coin at the same time, because it's possible for a service to be delivering but badly over or underspent, or it could be perfect financially and not delivering. This gives you both sides of the coin. What you'll see there is that the vast majority of council services are clustered around what you might call the sweet spot, in that they're delivering their services as expected and set out in the LTP. They're delivering their levels of service, and they're doing so on budget. There are a few outliers, and they're consistent through the year. Rec and Sport has been affected by under-recoveries, obviously people not going to the venues. Transport, there's a few things there, mainly about mode share, which is, of course, a very difficult thing to move. Footpath maintenance and parking. Water supply, these are well known around consumption, loss, backflow, and potentially resident satisfaction. And solid waste and recovery has had some issues around recycling, which are also well known to this audience. So that explains the outliers, but I'd stress that the vast majority of services are exactly where they should be. They're delivering, and they're delivering on budget. And the last thing to perhaps draw attention to is item 4.5, which is a graph. This is a high beam, if you like, into the future of the capital program. So rather than concentrating on the detail of projects or this year, it takes a big view into the future. And you can see the key point here is that the bottom line there showing actual delivery is pretty steady around the 400 mil mark. But the line above it, which is items that council is responsible for delivering, you can see that in the current year we're looking at 489, but in future years it moves up. Now, some of those years may still be affected by what we're experiencing now around COVID impacts. So all I'm stressing there, rather than focusing on detail, is the challenge of the next couple of years around capital, to say that that gap between what we've historically delivered and what we're expecting to deliver out of the things that council is responsible for starts to grow, and we'll need a good plan around that. So look, that's not new news to anybody. It just serves as a reminder that that issue is there out over the horizon. We are trying to put more of an over the horizon view to these reports. And that really concludes the high level results. As I said, the Project Management Office and the finance team have much more detailed reports that will follow straight after this. But the high level issues are flagged there, and where we have issues, I will stress that where we're not on target, they are relatively close to target under the circumstances. So at that point, I'd be happy to open to questions if you like, Mr. Chair.
Peter, thank you. And I think it's worth reiterating the point that given the exceptional circumstances that we're in with COVID and obvious disruption to various different parts of the business and to supply chains, subcontractors and so on, to have got the results that we've got in this report, even though, as you say, there are a number of results that are just below target in the current exceptional circumstances, actually represents a very positive achievement. So I think just to reiterate that point is very relevant as we move into questions. So who has got questions? Are there any questions on this report? Nothing at this stage. Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. I put through a number of questions around the water supply and the chlorination.
Yes.
Yeah, is there someone able to speak to that, or is that best left to
we did pass that on, Yanni. We communicated to staff last night, but I will stress, and I think you may have heard from Leah, all three key staff in that area are at home isolating with COVID. So the best thing I can do is to take the questions as advised and respond to you and the rest of the councillors as soon as we're able to get the technical information you're looking for. It's not a lack of willingness on staff's part. It's just that the expertise lies with people who are sick at home.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Acknowledge that. I think for the issue around the excess water charges, it is pretty critical because the draft annual plan is currently out for consultation, and we have previously asked for an understanding of the scale of the issue around people not being able to check on their excess water use. Likewise, there may be people that wish to make submissions in regards to the exemptions process that we've enabled for that. So, yeah, just to signal that yeah, I mean, appreciate staff are away and can't answer it today. Just if we could, at the earliest possible opportunity, get some sense of that, so that we can, if people are making submissions to the draft annual plan, at least they can have some sense of understanding.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So we'll get that information outside of the meeting, obviously realising that staff are not available for the reasons stated
Cool.
today.
And obviously, Andrew, our thoughts go out to the staff, and we wish them,
Indeed. Yeah. No, I'm very aware that we've got a number of people that are not able to be part of this meeting today for that reason. So thank you to everybody for their understanding, and we obviously hope people are well and back on board soon. Are there any further questions on this report? Nothing further? All right, so I'm happy in that case then to move the recommendation that we receive the information provided in the report. Jimmy, sorry, did you have a question or you're seconding?
Second, I'm second.
So Jimmy will second, so I'm happy to move this. Jimmy will second. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anybody against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So now moving to item 8, the corporate finance report. Bruce, welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us. Any introductory remarks on this report, and then we'll move to questions.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you. You'll appreciate this is now a monthly report aligning with the performance and capital delivery report. There's not a lot that's changed since last month. We have in the financial statistics page on page 38, we have added in some rating information from the draft annual plan. In terms of operating surplus in section 4.2, currently forecasting 11.4 million surplus, incorporating the impacts of COVID. That's little changed from the report you received last month. We've had some unbudgeted Transwaste dividend come in, and we've had some additional security costs and costs around Le Bons Bay that offset. The graph on 4.2.6, the dark green, is our current forecast for year end. You can see it's dipped a little over the last 4 or 5 months, principally due to COVID. Other than COVID, it would have been a slight increase. In terms of COVID impact, we've outlined a breakdown of that in section 4.4. And in relation to the transport, there was a further email this morning giving a bit more detail on that section around parking. Other than that, the only other comment I would make would probably be to refer you to a new graph we've incorporated on page 44 around rates arrears more than 90 days. And you'll see from that in fact the position is quite good for council. Rate arrears are no higher than they have been over the last 5 years. You'll see a peak around February 21, and that was around the time we had the deferral for COVID, which has now dropped away to probably its lowest point that it has been for quite some time. That's it for comments. If there are any questions.
All right, thank you very much indeed. And again, a largely positive report, a reasonable surplus, which of course, as noted in paragraph 4.3 in the report, allows us to avoid additional planned COVID borrowing, which can only be a good thing. So moving to questions on this report, are there any questions on the corporate finance report? No questions? All right, so I'm happy to move that we receive the information in the report. Do I have a seconder? Pauline? So moved by myself, seconded by Pauline Cotter. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? Anybody against? That's carried. Thank you very much indeed. So now moving to item 9, the Capital Project Performance Report. And Richard Wesley should be joining us online via Zoom to present this report. So Richard, are you with us?
Hopefully you can hear me now, Andrew.
Yep, we can hear you perfectly. That's great. So the usual drill, any introductory remarks or anything that you particularly want to highlight, and then we'll move to any questions.
Great, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I guess we've already heard in the reports presented already that we've been flagging for the last 6 to 8 months the risk of COVID, and we're really feeling that hit the capital program now. Apologies again from the management team of Three Waters. They're obviously out today with COVID. I'm still recovering at home from COVID, so it's certainly having an impact on many people, staff as well as contractors. Our forecast delivery has dropped since the last month, and we expect to see that continue to drop in the coming months from the effects that are being felt right now. The staff and contractors are suffering delays, and so we need to sort of effectively manage that on a day-to-day basis, but it's very difficult to quantify with any degree of certainty just where we're going to land with these effects, but we'll try and keep you updated with the latest information that we have as we go forward. Price escalation is another risk that I want to call out. Again, it's something that has been mentioned before in previous reports, but instead of resolving as we move through this wave of COVID, we have the Ukraine situation, we have oil prices increasing, so there's certain capital projects, i.e. in the transport area, that use very heavily oil-based products such as bitumen for the roads, and we could see price escalation having an effect on projects there. As Peter alluded to in his performance report, we're quite proud of where we're going looking to the future. So next year we have a well-defined program, and we're working on year number, the third year of the LTP as well, ensuring that we've got a good solid program ready to go in that space so that we can recover from where we are now. Other things is that obviously this report, page 47, has a summary there. Note that in the appendix we've got the Cycleways program, we've got externally funded reports, and we've got the watch list as well for detail. So while Te Kaha and Parakaiori are summarised on that front page on page 47, the full detail can be found on page 79 with the flagged red, amber, green flag statuses and comments against those projects. We've had feedback that some of the reports are getting a little bit hard to read in their current format, so we're hoping to get a few improvements for you next April. So you'll see for the report in April next month. So you'll see a few improvements next month. But happy to take questions.
Great, thank you very much indeed, and thank you for pointing out, what clearly are some areas of concern, areas to be keeping an eye on, keeping a good watch over. But again, I would reiterate that in very difficult and exceptional circumstances, this report represents really strong performance. I mean, these are, exceptional days that we're living in, and to be seeing the sort of performance we're seeing in this report in that situation is significant and certainly worth noting. So thank you very much indeed for that. Now let's move to any questions. Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair. Richard, thank you for the comprehensive report. But I raised 3 questions, particularly regarding to the project. First one on page 51, 52, Horseway Junction Road extension. Because based on your presentation, particularly emphasize the risk due to the issue resulting from the Kiwi rail source problem. So my question is because this impact is kind of the timing and also kind of budget and the progress, etc. So I just want to know the final stage, on integration with Kiwi rail infrastructure. So how much the additional funding will be confirmed, and also if confirmed, who will pay? Kiwi rail pay or council pay, or is the central government pay? And also when the final stage will be can be the tender, This is my question.
Yep, I'll call on Lynette Ellis, Head of Transport, to answer that one for you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Sorry, Lynette's a bit slow on the on the buttons today. Councillor, I believe so. Can you confirm for me? You're asking when is the final budget, particularly for Horsell Junction Road, going to be confirmed with Kiwi Rail, and
Yes.
and who's responsible for that budget?
Yeah, that's right. That's
So-
the first. Yeah. Okay.
So I can answer the first part of that
Yes.
easily. We're responsible for the additional
Yeah.
cost. I apologise. My copy of this is very small at the moment. I can't see what we've written on the watch list report, but staff are trying to ensure that the updates in this watch list report are the best information we've got at the time.
Yes.
We are still working with Kiwi Rail to try and finalise figures and dates.
Yes.
Kiwi Rail are, like a lot of organisations, and as we've just talked to, they are facing unprecedented demands on their time
Yes.
and their budgets with trying to get materials, particularly materials and componentry into the country. They're a very steel-based organisation, so they
Yes.
are affected by steel imports.
Yes.
So the best information is what we've got in this report,
Yes.
and we're doing our best to push that along. Staff are having quarterly high-level PCGs with Kiwi Rail, and we've got fortnightly meetings with project teams.
Yeah, because my particular concern, because original order the forecast delivery date will be in June of this year, but now it's postponed, delayed to one more year to the June of 23.
So
Whether
that
this still uncertainty will further delay, and also there is a big impact on budget, cannot meet the needs.
Yep.
Yeah, this is my particular concern. Yeah.
I
Okay.
can feed that back to Kiwi Rail.
Thank you. Quickly, second question, Chair, particularly regarding the new Hornby Center on page 54. At the moment, my understanding, all those are the piling, steel piling has been undertaken back to the middle of November last year. So I just want to know when this piling work will be finished, and also, particular, we are all aware hydrotherapy pool at the moment, is working together partnership with the community, for the fundraising. But this poor material, whether has been through those procurement process, whether they will impact our original forecast delivery date in the March of 2023.
Brent, would you like to answer that one?
Yeah, I can answer that. Look, the piling methodology had to be changed on that site, so it is taking a lot longer than was initially anticipated. We don't know at this stage when it will be completed, but they're revising the timeframes over the next month. So by the time we do the next watch list report, we should have a bit more surety around timeframes.
Yes.
That coupled with the hydrotherapy pool,
Yes.
It certainly will be delaying the completion of the project. It'll be out past March 2023, but
Yes.
It'll be the next watch list report. We should be able to confirm exactly how far. It will be some months.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Brian. Last question, sorry, Chair, last question. Particularly regarding the page 81, major cycle route, South Express, section 1. My concern is because the staff particularly highlight the risk. For status reflect the dependency on Kiwi Rail and the risk on both the time and the budget beyond the forest forecast. My question is, the original delivery time will be in December of 22, but now this time I saw that is a further delay for one more year, December 23. And also I'm particularly concerned at the moment, because still have a meeting with the Kiwi Rail, particularly for the detailed design, those program, whether those budget will be increased more, and who will pay, because this is one of the shovel ready. Is central government pay, Kiwi will pay, or council we need to consider or those additional budget?
Lynette?
South Express Section 1, we are building everything we can apart from the Kiwi Rail section, which is around the Parker Street crossing. So we are looking to move ahead with everything possible beyond that. But however, the crossing at Parker Street has been delayed. The project estimates, I was talking to the project manager this morning, the project estimates for South Express have been undertaken, taking into account the possible cost escalations that we see from Kiwi Rail. So we have allowed extra contingency.
Yeah, but if this section, if a particular intersection is not yet finished, so we can ensure this actually the major cycle route, this section still not yet completed,
No,
when will be start? Yeah, I just want to.
So the best information that we've got is what is reported in the watch list report, and we are.
So
trying
you
to
mean
be
just pending there, waiting for another year to start the construction or not?
That is the project manager's best estimate at this point in time as to when the Kiwi Rail works at Parker Street will be completed, but the rest of the works in Section 1 will be underway.
So you mean the underway will be completed in the end of 2023, or is it the end of 2022?
Richard, can you confirm?
I couldn't see those progress.
The time estimate. Sorry, Richard, could you confirm for the council, the time estimate is the completion date, isn't it?
Is the completion date, that's right. And I think you've answered it there, that the rest of the route will be underway and completed. I couldn't tell you exactly when the date for that to be complete, because the date shown of December 23 is that final section to make sure that the entire route is complete. So that comes back to Kiwi Rail issue. But we can get you an estimate of the time that the sections we can act on. We can get you that, Jimmy.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Now I've got Tim and then Mike. Tim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Lynette, you probably kind of answered the question I had with regards to Kiwi Rail anyway, because if you're looking at the page 51, it's got the biggest risk to delivery. The only one that isn't really for council is that isn't COVID related, but it is for Kiwi Rail as the Kiwi Rail interface. So my question was, the first question was with regards to, can we do the rest of these cycleways and other things and upgrades without touching the Kiwi Rail parts? You've answered that, so it's correct that yes we can, and you are, is that correct?
That is correct, and we're doing the same on Northern Line. Yep. Every other cycleway that interacts, we're doing every bit we can around the Kiwi Rail design and working with Kiwi Rail also to progress as much as we can with them.
Good, thank you, because I guess through you, Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't want the ratepayers having to cough up for, I realise Kiwi Rail, like every other industry, is under stress with regards to COVID, but I don't think it's right for us to pick up the extra costs, which I think they should be delivering for upgrading their service. So I think we need a bit of discussion about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'll move to Mike. So sticking with questions for the moment, Mike and then Yanni. Mike.
Thank you. My questions were also around Kiwi Rail, and I actually think, and I know Kiwi Rail will probably get raised in the later item today with the Cchl Express, but I think this is probably the best item to deal with Kiwi Rail, because obviously it covers a number of cycleways across the city, and I'm just looking at, and we know this has been ongoing for some time, but I look in, it's very small to read. The Northern Cycleway, it's suddenly trending down again. One of the sections, that must be the one that is the section 2B along the corridor. just wondering why suddenly that's trending down now, where we know it had a delay, but it's suddenly trending, becoming worse. So could you explain what's happening there?
The detail of that I probably can't write today, but what I can do is come back. What I would like to highlight is that Cchl and Cchl interface doesn't just affect cycleway projects, they affect many of our transport projects.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Yeah.
From looking at this, though, also this is not a level crossing. And sorry, it's really hard to read.
Yeah, can you tell me the page, Councillor?
Page 80.
Okay, hang on. Give with me, I'll see if I can.
Major cycleway, Northern Line, Sturrocks to Barnes and Main North Road. I'm just thinking about the actual corridor itself, but between the physical roads.
My only understanding is we are still waiting on, so the trending down is we are still waiting on design approvals from Cchl for Northern Line. We haven't got all of our design approvals yet. So that'll be why it's trended down, and that's become more evident in the last couple of months.
Yeah, but do you know off the top of your head when we approved that decision on?
Northern Line was about 20. Northern Line was similar to Heathcote. It was about 2017.
2017. Okay,
It's been going a
and so
long
obviously I understand they've currently got supply issues because of COVID, but this, was been happening well before.
They've got resourcing issues as well, trying to get staff and design staff in particular.
Okay, and we have raised this time and time again, and I know staff are probably frustrated with delays we're seeing. And we did a resolution in August last year. I think it was for the mayor to talk to the minister. Do you know if anything's come of that? Are we hearing much coming from ministers or higher up in Kiwi Rail?
Not from ministers. However, at the time, Dawn wrote to the then CEO of Kiwi Rail, and that was the point at which we set up regular higher level PCGs, which are still ongoing. I suppose it's probably time to consider what we do and how we escalate this again. And we have this conversation again.
And it's probably fair to say that because the Kiwi Rail aren't paying for these upgrades, it's coming out of our funds or shovel-ready money, and that actually a lot of the designs are going above what their design guidelines say, so they're getting quite a good upgrade for using other people's designs.
Are their designs going above? They are getting a substantive, at times, substantive asset upgrade with what we are doing. Horsell Junction Road is one of them, but we are putting a crossing in the middle of a siding, so we've had to relay some track. It is a network that has got historical maintenance delays. So when you go to start works, you end up doing a lot more. You end up needing to do a lot more work than just the upgrade that you're talking to. Yeah. They have got Kiwi Rail have got very clear processes around how they manage and expect to manage risk. So we undertake it's called a LCISA, a level crossing. Can't remember what the rest of it is, but it's effectively a level crossing risk assessment every time we look to do works around a level crossing. They will often throw up, and as you can imagine, when we're dealing with trains, just about nobody else comes off better off if a train's involved in an incident. So we're working hard with them to try and provide pragmatic and staged solutions. It's not always the way that they would prefer to do it.
Yeah, and I guess then it's fair to say that often when you go through that
ISA, yep.
ISA, that what you think is the right solution is actually
there's often enough. there's often not enough. There's often not agreement on that process. Yes.
And the other thing, and I think Scrutton's Road is one, but you look at Langdon's Road, Sawyer's Road, we've got these shared paths that actually don't cross over the cycle, over the railway line. They actually run parallel, but we're still having to do quite big asset upgrades, even though they're not crossing over it.
Yeah, that is happening, and that's probably one of the major points of disagreement between us and Kiwi Rail when we're running parallel. Their internal assessments is we're increasing the potential for crossing, so therefore we must upgrade. We're saying we're not. We're increasing the bypassing traffic, and our assessment says, well, maybe we could do something slightly less expensive for now and have a staged approach over a few years of how we upgrade gates.
Thank you. Last question on this, and it'll be interesting to see what Yanni has to say. But do you have any thoughts about actually what a good approach it would be for like the governance side of council to take with Kiwi Rail?
I haven't thought through that at this stage. I apologise.
No,
Jane might be able to comment to that.
Yeah, if I can just comment. I mean, there is a new chair of Kiwi Rail board, so I think that it's probably timely for the mayor to reach out to the chair and have a conversation around how we might best move our relationship forward. But we're happy to come back with a little bit more detail on what that sort of future relationship might look like and how we might get there if councillors would like a bit more information.
Thanks, Jane, because I know Yanni was talking about doing an amendment or putting forward a resolution, so I think we need to make sure we get one that's actually going to be proactive and actually get some outcomes too. Thanks.
All right, so that moves us to Yanni next. Yanni.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I've got that wording that the staff have prepared. I don't know if that's been circulated around.
So we've got the wording. I can see the wording on the screen in front of me. It's on the screen here in the chamber, so we've got that put up. Jane, your advice is that this achieves what we're wanting to achieve in terms of looking at how we can get better coordination, better governance oversight, and clearly there's some frustration across a number of projects that have been raised in questions this morning. Your advice as staff, this resolution would allow us to start to consider how we can move some of that on?
Yes, yep, absolutely.
So you're comfortable with the wording?
I am.
Yep, indeed. So Yanni, back to you.
Thank you. So rather than ask more questions about Kiwi Rail, I'll just leave that as the amendment. But I did have a few questions on the other parts of the report.
Yep, go ahead.
Yep. Cool. Just the digital citizen experience, service request and related enhancements. I was just concerned that the time is slipping on that, and there's a number of issues that have been raised. As I understand it, this is to improve the customer service relationship between CSRs and build a better relationship with people when they contact council for services. Is this something, given the issues that have been raised, is this something that we can get, or we should be getting another briefing on from staff who are working on it to really understand the risk of delay and implementation?
I can't answer that one directly. I'm not sure whether Leah can provide any background on that one, but we'd have to get back to you, or Lynn.
Yep. I'm seeing Lynn on the screen looking as though she has something to contribute here. Lynn, let's come to you now.
Right. So, Councillor Johansson, this is a very timely question. I met with the head of digital program and customer service within the last week, and we are planning to bring an update briefing to councillors within the next month. We've also received some very, very helpful user cases from councillors, which are helping to identify some of the glitches in the current process, and we are actively using those to make sure that in the next phase of design that they are really addressed properly. So thank you for the question, and we will definitely schedule a briefing very shortly.
Thank you.
That would be appreciated. Thank you. Just two other questions from me. One is in regards to the issue with the projects that are being delayed, and I totally appreciate the staff commentary around the impact that COVID's having in terms of supply, and particularly where you've got, projects currently underway. I guess wanted to get some sense of reassurance around start work notices or local communication to residents when those projects change. So rather than really just wanted some reassurance that we've got a process in place with the contractors to ensure communication with the local neighbourhood. Where a project is delayed, residents are informed why, rather than just reading on a signboard that's outside that suddenly the project's been delayed for another 3 or 4 weeks.
Yep, great. Thanks, Yanni, for that question. I think perhaps Lynette, affecting roading projects the most, but this will also affect Three Waters as well.
It has, and it does. We have we're just about to put out a newsline story, so we're just about to wrap around all of it. All of this, put some wraparound comms around the whole lot and the whole messaging that goes out. So we're starting with the newsline story, and as projects are affected, so at the moment we've had some projects that we're not going to stand up and start, and that's okay because there's nothing there, so we can move forward with that. So yes, when they get delayed, the contractors will be, we have ongoing communication requirements from our contractors to talk and let the communities know what's going on all the way through their projects. So we will be building that, but what I can suggest is that we actually just pop this down in a quick memo that comes back to councillors, the process.
Okay, cool. I mean, if delivery is an issue too, I'm more than happy to deliver leaflets in my ward around projects that are delayed if it's helpful, if there's challenges in terms of staff resource.
That is something that our contractors are contracted to do, so they will get on and do that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
And just the other final question from me was in regards to Takapaniki. Just on page 74, Takapaniki Reserve planned renewals, and the budgets. Is
that mine?
Sorry, the budget. I've just got my daughter at home. Apologies. Just wanted to check around the that project where we've got to with applying for a National Reserve status, and also have we approached Ngaitahu or the government in terms of Department of Conservation or whichever relevant departments within central government for a contribution. I mean, this is such a historic site. It really is a place of national significance. All the work we've done leading up to it has shown that. And I'm just concerned that it's, possibly not being funded sufficiently to achieve the outcomes that we might wish. But it would be good to, I think, get an update around that.
Great.
Andrew's on leave today, but I'm sure that Russell Wedge from Parks would be able to put together a memo updating council on the current status of it.
Yep, that would be good. I mean, I'm aware of some information that exists, but to get an update by way of a memo would be good, I think. Yanni, I certainly agree with the comments that you're making. This is a hugely significant reserve, nationally significant reserve. I think it would be good for us to have an update on where we're at with the National Reserve status conversation.
And also just like looking at applying for external funding or working in partnership. I know we've got the Te Hunonga Committee. Maybe they want to pick this up and consider, funding opportunities for partnership.
So if we can get Russell to pick that up in any memo, either with an update as to any work that's going on or thinking that's going on, or otherwise indicating what future opportunity there might be. Yanni, thank you for raising that. Yanni, did you have anything further?
No, that's all from me. Thank you.
All done. All right, Mike, have you got something further?
Yes, thanks. It's just on the the resolutions that have been added around Kiwi Rail, and sorry, I can't see them now, they're on the screen, but I was just wondering if we need to look at actually improving governance to governance relationships as well as having governance oversight of the relationship of staff.
So we've got to be enhancing the governance oversight of the relationship. Are you suggesting we need to be stronger than that and enhancing governance oversight and governance to governance relationships?
Well, the way I read 2B, it's about the relationship between council and Kiwi Rail. So I see that as a staff, at a staffing level, but I'm just wondering if we need to look at our relationship at a governance level as well and trying to improve that relationship.
So what wording change are you suggesting?
Put C at the C.
Yeah, I'm happy for that to happen. I mean, that was probably more of my intent, that, you know, we do have, like, if you take Greater Christchurch Partnership, where we, you know, there are things that we have where we do have a governance relationship, possibly with management rather than board members, but anything that we can do to improve it, I'm really supportive of.
So what wording do you want for C? Improving governance to governance relationships?
Yeah, that's fine. Well, improving's got to have one to improve, but I see Dawn's got a hand up, so you may have a comment to make on it.
Indeed. Yeah. Dawn.
Through you, Chair, I'm very supportive of the approach Councillor Davidson is describing. I think that the dialogue we have at an officer level has certainly resulted in at least working relationships to push, but ultimately I do think this needs a governor to governor discussion. And I think the opportunity of putting that in the resolution, particularly in light of a new chair coming into post, would be most helpful.
Well, it broadens the advice that's going to come back in the memo to cover that, which will be particularly useful, I think. So thank you. All right. So are there any further questions on this report? Nothing further? All right. So Yanni, given the work that you've done suggesting Resolution 2, I'm assuming that you're going to be happy to move this?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to second it.
And Mike seconding, and thanks for the suggestions as to broadening the scope of Resolution 2 as well. So this has been moved by Yanni, seconded by Mike. Is there any debate, any discussion?
Yeah, I can.
So Yanni and Mike.
I think Mike had his hand up first. I'm happy to let Mike go.
All right, so Mike and Yanni. Mike?
Thanks, Yanni. It's kind of you. The continued delays we are seeing from Kiwi Rail putting our communities at risk. Kiwi Rail need to see themselves as part of the community when they go through them, and they need to be focused on providing a safer environment for the people in the community that are needing to cross their infrastructure. And this currently has not been happening, and can only point to their internal systems that is creating these delays. It would appear that the opportunity to upgrade their asset at the expense of someone else is seeing upgrades above what is actually required, with Kiwi Rail not accepting designs that are based on their own design guidelines, adding significant costs that they do not bear. Shared paths that run parallel to the railway lines are seeing designs that include upgrades to people that need to cross, or cars that need to cross the railway line, once again, not at their expense. You only have to look at the crossing at Hillwood Road and Langdons Road to see an example of an issue with Kiwi Rail. People, including young children and people with disabilities, are having to cross these roads, which are getting busier and busier without safe infrastructure to help them. The decision to upgrade these intersections was made in 2017, and yet we continue to wait for these designs to be implemented or even approved. It's not good enough for these communities. It's eventually an accident's going to happen. I remember in late 2019 being at Langdons Road with an officer, having to actually physically stop traffic to let someone go through a mobility scooter because there was no room for them to move. It is not acceptable that we are seeing these delays, and Kiwi Rail need to realise that they are part of the community and are actually adding undue safety risks for the people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. I won't repeat everything that Mike has said, but just to say that I concur with the points he's made around safety. But this is also much more than just crossings. There have been a number of issues. In Heathcote, for example, after the earthquakes, the speed of the trains and the condition of the track led to huge disruption to local residents in terms of vibrations and their ability to have any meaningful quality of life until repairs were done and improvements were made. So there has been a long-standing history of issues that have been raised by the local community where there is huge frustration that in contacting Kiwi Rail and dealing with Kiwi Rail. Ironically, also in parts of my area, residents who at no cost to Kiwi Rail have for many years maintained part of the rail network adjacent to the railway track lines. Kiwi Rail turned around and then wanted to start charging them for the use of the land. And, it's just not a very constructive relationship with the community. And the benefit that we have as elected councillors and as a city council is that I think we can really help facilitate some of those partnerships between Kiwi Rail, ourselves and the local community. And so I look forward to getting the advice back and making improvements. And just the other point, I just wanted to highlight a more general sense in terms of this report, but again, just to acknowledge and thank staff for the high level of transparency that exists in this report to us today. I really appreciate the heads up on a number of issues that are within this report that gives us greater visibility and oversight of what's happening on key projects in our city. And I just wanted to acknowledge the effort and the work that goes into providing us with the information that is in the content of this report. It is really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy Chen.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, because if the project being delayed, by the COVID, by the cost escalation, or by the supply chain, there I think a community, and also residents, they are aware of this situation. But if those project delay by the we have further negotiate or discussion with the Kiwi Rail, this kind of but I received the signal from community residents. It looks like quite a few people told me later they saw this council responsibility. Just two examples. First, regarding the Horseway Junction Road extension, actually back to the 6 years ago, in that time, the business manager of Waterloo Road Business Park, particularly mentioned, so mentioned that if the council can be, speed up the progress, they're right to contribute for $1 million, for this project, but we have further delay to negotiate with the Kiwi Rail, so we lost this opportunity. Second one, even regarding to the part of the section 1 of this major cycle route, particularly from High to the Jonesboro Temple, the intersection of the Gilberthorpe Parkers Road, that's also close the railway. Also take a long time. This particular intersection is high risk for the traffic, transport, pedestrian, those the risk. Also, take a long time, have not yet resolved. So I totally agree. Should have the government to government council and the Kiwi Rail, government level, to monitor it, to have further the relationship or negotiate about this matter. It's quite serious. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anybody else wanting to speak at this time. So we've got a resolution in front of us which has been moved and seconded. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Nobody against? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So now moving on to item 10, the closeout report on Victoria Street, the Inaccessible City project. So we've got Adrian Thane joining us by Zoom, and we've got Lynette and Richard on the call already on Zoom as well. So Adrian, have we got you there to present this report, please?
I don't think you have. I think he's had tech issues this morning and he can't get it to work. So you've got me, I'm afraid, if that's all right.
All right, that's perfect. Lynette, thank you very much indeed. So over to you.
Look, I'll give you a few, I've got a few bullet points of an introduction, but predominantly we'll take the report as read. Victoria Street was a road network and public realm improvement project off the back of the Central City Recovery Plan. It included a 30k speed limit, cycle, PT improvements, but a big focus on a walking and public amenity improvement. We had 2 rounds of consultation and quite a gap in between the development of this project. Construction was awarded just prior to the first lockdown, just over 2 years ago. But it was what we did get was a really well-resourced team that was really focused on program and communication. They also managed to complete, they didn't start until after the first lockdown, and they managed to complete within 6 months the substantive works, and we also completed a big stormwater main and lateral upgrade along that street as well. Look, the staff have done a lessons learned. They do acknowledge that there should have been, we could have improved our communication with the stakeholders, particularly when there was that delay between the 2 consultation periods with the project. So we are looking now at what we do when we do have significant project delays and how we keep the local stakeholders updated. There was a lot of noise at the start of the project around the potential for construction disruption, and what we've learnt from that and we're doing more often is a lot more engagement with communities and our contractors to ensure we're giving them complete advice and options, and they're more engaged in the process of choosing how we do this. Is it hard and fast and a lot of disruption, but we get in and we get out, or do we take a little bit longer and not be quite as disruptive? So we have those conversations with our communities more. There was a bit of a risk in this one that didn't eventuate, but we do acknowledge in that we had some significant materials that were reasonably bespoke and were coming from offshore that did have a potential to cause us delays, but it didn't. So that was a fingers crossed and we won on that one. So overall, look, the project, Victoria Street looks lovely. It's a really lovely space to be down. It's got a lovely cultural narrative running through it. But it was also a project that brought, the contractors worked very, very hard, communicated exceptionally well with the stakeholders, but were also able to be agile and adjust their program to meet the needs. So when we stepped out of lockdown and the community turned around to us and said, we've never, if you're going to do this, do it now, but get in and get out, which they did. They adapted to that and changed their program from close to 12 months to 6, so which is a big change for a contractor. So that's my intro.
All right, thank you very much indeed. So moving to questions on this one, Phil.
Thank you, Lynette. One of the things I noticed when this job was done, that we were able to shut it one-lane traffic. Are we going to try and do that more on jobs? Because I know what it's like as a contractor to try and keep 2 lanes. So are we going to try to encourage this going forward, please?
What I am going to encourage is that we look at all the options, we assess the pros and cons, and we have that conversation with the community. And that's what we did in this instance. We had that conversation with the community and said, if you can live with us shutting the road, we can probably do it in this amount of time. And they were like, yep, get on with it. So I would rather we looked at all the options, and where we can, we have a conversation with the affected community and find the best one, because yes, I agree, it's really hard for contractors. One example where we did something even more extreme was in Riccarton, when we were doing Riccarton Road through the Riccarton shops. We completely shut the road for a weekend and did what would have taken us probably 2 or 3 weeks in 2 days.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much. Anne.
Yeah, kia ora. Hi, Lynette.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Just thinking about what the lessons learned and the engagement, particularly around engagement, that seems to be requiring an extra resource. How does that work? Where do you build it into the projects going forward? Is there anything more that is needed in terms of budget and things to achieve those results?
There's definitely a budget impact when you're trying to achieve those results, because there is additional resource. But what we did, and what we did with the Central City projects, was council required that moving into that project. So we said, we want you to identify who your key communications person is going to be, and they need to be identified, and what proportion of the project they're going to be on there. And we said up front, we expect someone full-time on this. I think, in fact, they had 2 or 3 people, and at least one was full-time and the others were on a lot. I think one of the successes from the contractor's point of view down that road was that communications person developed a working relationship with every business down that street, popped her head in the door every day or every other day, and they knew her, and so they were prepared to come out and talk when there were concerns and raise their concerns, and then we found solutions and got them adjusted, because it's the contractor that's got to manage that relationship when the disruption's happening.
Thank you for that. I mean, obviously it's all about relationships, which takes time and energy. So thanks for that. It's good to know it's happening.
Good.
Any further questions on this closeout report? All right, thank you. So we've got a recommendation to receive the information in the report.
I'm happy to move.
Jimmy will move. Do I have a seconder?
Yes.
I'll second.
Pauline will second. Is there any debate? Jimmy.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Because based on the highlight this the kind of report, we can see there's a very good successful report. Because the first one, we achieved the objective, particularly regarding to all those set up objectives, all to be fulfilled, like a slower speed zone, 30 km/h, safer for pedestrians, and safer for cyclists, etc. Second one, then they reply to the particular to the end getaway, the factor. I think that's very important. Should be to be the good model and pattern for some other project, particularly regarding to the consultation and engagement. If they can, to be the implement, maybe some other project we should be the follow. Particularly, you can see even in design the stage, construct stage until the completion, they all have this positive stakeholder consultation and also the engagement. We need to, to take this one a good model, to spread over to some other project. Also, finally, this schedule is ahead. The 6 months for the original schedule. That's perfect, Thank you.
Thank you. Pauline.
Oh, cheers. Look, yeah, I'm sort of to Jimmy. Look, I just want to say that I was involved in a lot of the engagement meetings at that time, and I really want to commend the staff on the approach that they used. It was incredible. This was, I think, the first project that was council delivered in the accessible cities. Prior to that, it had been delivered, most of the roads have been delivered by another agency. And so understandably, people were very, very concerned about what would happen in Victoria Street, and particularly the impact on the businesses down there. And this really, I think we're all really proud of the way this was delivered in such an efficient and timely manner with the least disruption, and the result is fantastic. So all credit to the staff there who ran a fantastic engagement process They were very, very patient and kind and upfront with questions and answers. We had great big maps out on tables. It was no rush. People really felt heard and they really felt they could contribute. So, yeah, well done. I just want to say well done, everyone. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? All right, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So now moving to item 11, electricity procurement. So we'll deal with this one and then we will break for morning tea. So if I invite Bruce to the table, we've also got a number of staff attending by Zoom in support as well. So Bruce, I'll get you to make some introductory remarks, realising of course that this was the subject of a briefing earlier this week as well.
Yeah, so I suspect it's relatively straightforward. We are trying really hard to balance Council's strategic priorities and are driven both by trying to get the best value for money and reduce costs, but to also use this to help drive part of our climate change response. So I won't dwell any further and really, subject to the agreement from the Chair, open up for questions.
Great, thank you. So are there any questions on this report? Pauline?
Nope.
Nothing?
Andrew, I'm happy to move if that helps.
All right, so Sam is happy to move. Tim, happy to second. So there are no further questions on this. I'm just checking that I haven't missed anybody on the screen. No further questions. So this has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Nobody indicating their wish to debate this. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, now where are we at? We're at 10:52. What we might do is break for morning tea now and come back at 11:10. So that gives us just over 15 minutes for morning tea. So we'll come back with Sam in the chair. We can do CCHL first and then Christchurch NZ. So we'll come back with CCHL at 11:10 after a short morning tea break. So I'll adjourn the meeting now until 11:10. Thank you. Meeting. And as indicated, I'll invite Sam to take the chair for items 12 and 13. So, Sam, over to you. Thank you.
Hey, perfect. Thank you very much, Andrew. Look, probably two things. I guess welcome, Tim, as the new Chief Executive of CCHL. It's really good to have you on board, and we're really thrilled, I guess, that you've taken the opportunity to come with us. What I might do is pass over to Linda from our team to run through it if you've got any opening remarks, and then hand over to CCHL. They can run through it, and then we'll go to questions if councillors have that. So, Linda, do you want to go first? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The report is the CCO half-year reports, and they include civic building, local government funding agency, Rob Donald Trust, and CCHL. I've just got a couple of comments. One is that the LGFA is coming down to give a presentation to councillors at the next finance and performance meeting. And CCHL's Q2 results for the half year ending 31 December came to finance and performance in February, at the February meeting. This is their interim report that was released to the market. There are no differences in the financial information. We've got CCHL here to give a short presentation, and I'll hand over to them.
Okay, so I might do a quick intro if I may, Sam. Great. So my name's Alex Skinner. I'm one of the independent board members. As mentioned, we issued our interim financial statements publicly on the 1st of March. Overall, it's been a strong result for the group, and that comment can be attributed across all companies. It's obviously been a very challenging 6 months, especially for the airport, and we've actually got a separate slide where we talk about the airport in a little bit more detail. We made good progress on sustainability, and as councillors, you'll know that in the last 6 months we issued a sustainability bond, only the second one in the market in New Zealand. And I think as councillors you can be very proud of that as an event. Councillors also requested more information on parent entities, so we've got a slide just on the parent entity and what their numbers looks like. And we've also got a slide at the end on looking forward. So I might hand over to Tony. We're going to share our screen and share the slides, and Tony can talk in a bit more detail on some of those components.
Thanks, Alex. Just going to get our screen sorted. Just bear with us for a moment. Can everyone see that at your end?
Doesn't look like it at the moment. Yeah.
Sorry.
What can you see, Sam?
At the moment, I can see me on the big screen, which no one really needs to see. But there's no PowerPoint.
I agree with
that. We could see the taskbar at the top.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to test this, unfortunately.
Looking promising. Look, that's okay. If it doesn't work, just give a verbal update. That's fine. So, I mean, it's still been live streamed, so it's not really an issue. There it is.
Aha, good.
Cool.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. Right, I'll just dive into it.
We're just bringing up, Aidan's just bringing up the presentation now, so we will share it. So, because we're not actually seeing your presentation on your sharing, Tony. So we'll do it from here.
15 minutes are almost up, Sam.
Sorry.
That's okay. You've made a dividend. It's fine.
There you go. You're away now.
Yeah, perfect. We can see that. Good as gold. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please? Thanks. Okay, so I'll just dive straight in. So a key achievement for CCHL during the half year was the launch of our first sustainability bond in October, which Alex just referred to. It was the only the second sustainability bond to be issued in New Zealand after Kainga Ora. The bond was double oversubscribed and issued at a coupon rate of 3.01%, including a 35 basis point margin. As a group, CCHL provides a significant contribution to the economy. On an annual basis, it connects over 211,000 customers to electricity, with Orion being New Zealand's third largest electricity distributor. The group also connects over 138,000 customers to Enable's fibre broadband across Christchurch, Selwyn and Waimakariri. Over 430,000 20-foot shipping containers are processed through the Littleton Port Terminal, and more than 3 million domestic and international passengers arrive into Christchurch's airport terminal. The group also employs almost 3,000 people and operates the city's water infrastructure services and a recycling plant. Next slide, please. Thank you. In terms of the group results, the group delivered a strong result in the half year despite the ongoing pressures caused by COVID, with the seaport, fibre and electricity businesses providing strong support to the group and the wider community. Operating revenue was 520 million, up 24 million on the previous half year, and net profit was 36 million, an increase of 10 million. The key drivers were increased container volumes and pricing at LPC, despite the continued impact of COVID on the cruise industry and supply chain volatility across the industry, and connection growth at Enable. The airport's operating revenue was relatively flat compared with the previous half year, but remains 30% lower than pre-COVID levels due to a lack of tourism. CityCare saw a 6% reduction in revenue compared to the previous half year due to the impact of lockdown restrictions on contracting during the period. Group assets have increased to 4.9 billion, mostly made up of property, plant and equipment and investment property. The 300 million increase is driven by continued investment property development at the airport, capital programs at Orion, LPC and Enable, and the revaluation of net assets at the airport, Enable and Orion in FY21. Although borrowings have increased, cash held for debt maturities has increased by a similar amount. Next slide, please. Looking further at the key drivers of net profit, and in particular the movements between December 2020 half year and the December 2021 half year. I previously mentioned the increased container volumes and pricing at LPC and connection growth at Enable being the key drivers of increased operating income of 24 million that you can see there. The other key movement compared to the previous half year is operating costs, which have increased by 11 million, attributable to personnel costs of 5 million and general operating expenses of 6 million. These increased costs are mostly resulting from the impacts of COVID, such as lockdown restrictions, border closures, high inflation, including wage inflation, labour shortages, supply chain delays, etc. Although it's a relatively small amount, interest costs have come down by 3 million due to lower interest rates during the period. There were no other material movements between the half-year reporting periods. Next slide, please. Previous half year saw higher revenue and profit, largely due to a 17 million special dividend from RBL Property in that period, although the receipt of a 6 million dividend from Enable in the current half year has partially offset the impact of that. Parent assets have increased by 400 million to 3.8 billion due to the revaluation of investments at the airport and Enable in FY21 and 85 million on lending to LPC. Borrowings have increased mostly due to the issue of the 150 million sustainability bond that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. Both the parent and the airport are debt listed on the NZX and therefore are required to produce interim and annual reports. The airport's recently released half-year results are summarised here. Revenue and profit were impacted by the 3-month Auckland lockdown and border closures, but are largely in line with the previous half year that was also impacted by lockdown restrictions. And also noting that revenue is down 31% compared to the last pre-COVID half year. The airport has preserved its balance sheet position throughout COVID and has continued with its investment property development program. Passenger numbers of 1.5 million were down 11% on the previous half year and are down 56% on pre-COVID levels. The airport is looking forward to the reopening of the borders and is well placed to thrive again from FY23 onwards. Next slide, please. The parent has received 41 million in dividends during the half year, mostly from Orion, but noting that the Orion dividends represent the final dividend for for 2021, plus the interim dividend for 2022, due to Orion's 31 March balance date, whereas the dividends from LPC, Enable and CityCare are interim only. Dividends in the previous half year were higher, mainly due to the 17 million special dividend from RBL Property, which was mostly passed on to council in 2021, when the parent paid 34 million in dividends compared with the target of 18.8 million. Whilst no interim dividend has been paid to the council in line with the statement of intent, CCHL is on track to meet its full year commitment of 16.1 million in line with its full year target. Next slide, please. So just looking ahead, Christchurch Airport is committing 400 hectares of its Harewood campus to Kowhai Park, a new solar platform for generating renewable energy at scale to enable businesses to transition away from fossil fuels. Enable has partnered with council to deliver free Wi-Fi for Christchurch CBD. EcoCentral is working on the installation of a world-class sorting and optical technology upgrade to its recycling plant. The group is working on the delivery of its greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan, with targets to be included in the final statements of intent due out at the end of June. And finally, the parent has a 150 million bond maturing in late 2022, and options for refinancing will be considered closer to the time. That concludes our presentation, and we welcome any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Tony. I mean, I'll kick them off, and I'm sure there'll be others, but and I do it every time, so I apologise. But in terms of the dividend for next year, I mean, looking at what's forecast, do you see a bit of certainty around that?
Well, we haven't changed our forecasts at this stage. Obviously, we will need to consider those dividends once we get the final budgets in from the group in the coming couple of months. But we're not currently looking at any changes.
Okay, but you'll definitely keep council in the loop, because we obviously need that around our annual plan.
Absolutely.
Yep, perfect. Okay, does anyone else have any questions? No? Okay, well, Phil does. Yep, Phil, and then Yanni.
Yep. Thanks, Sam. Thank you, guys. What's your cunning plan? And I know it's not easy because there's a lot of things not making as much money as it should, but what's your plan on reducing your debt?
Okay.
Using operating cash flows to pay it down, Phil.
Yeah.
And trying to give some certainty on dividends is a very tough balance.
That's right, because I know we're hungry for dividends off you, but we don't want to be taking so much off you. You can't pay down your debt either, because you've got a fair bit on your plate by the look of it.
That is very much top of mind of the board.
Yeah, that's our job, Phil, is to tread that balance.
Thank you, guys. Good.
Yanni?
Thank you. Just had three questions, thanks. Just wanted to check if you were able to give us a sense of the Terrace Airport development. Obviously, there's probably going to be a big thing happening on Friday, and I was just keen to understand from CCHL's point of view where things have got to in terms of the concerns that have been expressed around the environmental impact of that project, and also the cost, whether there's been any update on progress. And I note in the airport's update, they make reference to community outcomes, but they don't mention anything about the community funding that they're putting in to the terrace community. So I don't know whether there can be any advice given today or whether we can get something in writing.
Yanni, you've asked that question, so can CCHL respond, please?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so on the first point, Yanni, as you and probably aware, this is the airport development in Terrace is going to run for a fairly significant time period for all of the consultations and planning that's required to occur. It's very front of mind, the environmental considerations around that, and I believe we directed a link to you or earlier in the week to the public-facing information and the process material that surrounds how they're thinking about that. But this is a very long-term project, and they're very much in the early stages of it.
Right, so I think Yanni, you had another question.
Yeah, cool. I was just trying to understand from the work that CCHL is doing, whether you can give us an update on the implementation of a living wage.
Yep, happy to do that. Across the group, all of the subsidiaries are working toward living wage being a cornerstone of their relations with staff and contractors. On the majority, the group subsidiaries are already ahead of the game there, so most are already paying living wage, and we've made inquiries in the last week or so with respect to the accreditation process that surrounds that as well. So we'll receive some feedback about how the companies are thinking of that. And in respect to one or two of them, we've had some active dialogue in this week surrounding getting a bit more clarity as to where they are and how soon that will be before they can to look to implement it.
So you've got one more question?
Oh yeah, sorry. Just in regards to the living wage, do you know when we'll be in a position to complete the work and report back to the council on the introduction of it? Is there a date that CCHL has in mind to sort of wrap it all up and bring it back to us?
We don't have a firm date as yet, but once we've completed this next round of meetings with the subsidiaries, we'll come back to you and give you some guidance as to when that forecast may be able to be discussed.
Right. Okay. Thanks. Just the final question I had was really around enable, and just I'm not sure if we're going to get I just sort of it's kind of hard to understand why enable's embarking on massive communication campaigns around people switching to fibre. And I mean, obviously they've got a huge amount of the network in, and there's been upgrades happening and all sorts of information, but I just wondered in terms of a strategic view going forward, whether there's any briefing plan for councillors to kind of understand what phase enable's in. I guess my concern is in terms of operating costs, a huge amount of money.
Yanni, I think you've made a really good point, and I talked about it with Dawn late last week about getting the company in. So we will definitely do that. I mean, Tim, do you have anything you can add, or shall we move on?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Sam. We've made the approaches now to the companies to have the chief executives available for a fireside chat with councillors until COVID conditions change, so that they can come in to see you in person, or in the alternative, site visits can be made available to councillors. So we're definitely underway with that one. So look out from us for further communications about when those meetings and visits can be scheduled.
Perfect. Thanks very much. Yanni, have you got anything else?
Yeah, sorry, just in regards to that enable one, will that have an ability to kind of understand the strategic thinking behind that company as it sort of moves from, the investment that it's made into the operations that it's got?
Yeah, I can update it will. So,
yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Perfect. Celeste, and then Leah, I think you've got a concluding comment.
Kia ora. I was just wondering if any of the representatives from CCHL might be around on Friday to speak to some of the people that will be coming to council, and if they can perhaps someone can speak to, measures that have been taken to increase transparency around some of the decision making around tariffs, because I think there are some genuine concerns that a lack of transparency around decisions mean that there isn't much oversight of some of that process.
Thanks, Celeste. We'll get back to you on that one if we can. It predates my time here, so I'll just need to talk to the team, and we'll get back to you. And if we can make someone available for Friday, we certainly will.
Perfect. So you'll take that on notice. Leah, do you want to just conclude, and then I'm going to move it, and Phil's happy to second it. David.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, I'm confusing everyone because I'm actually in the chamber, but I'm online as well. I just wanted to respond to Phil Major's question before in regards to the debt repayment. So I just also wanted to just reassure the elected members that as you'll be aware, late last year we appointed a group treasurer which looks after the debt program for both CCHL and council. So there is a lot more alignment in regards to the debt requirements and the impact on the balance sheets of both the holdings company and council. And conversations, even though Tim has only been in the seat for a couple of weeks, the conversations and those treasury meetings include CCHL. So there is already lots of conversations happening, and will continue to do in regards to where the repayment of debt is best suited, rather than just one way or the other. And it is very promising to see the results of CCHL. So our discussions around dividends will continue.
Perfect. Thank you, Leah. So I'm happy to move that Phil second. Does anyone want to discuss it? All right, well, I'll put that to the vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Great. Against? That's carried. Hey, thank you very much, Tim and the team, for coming in. That's wonderful.
Cheers, Sam. Thank you very much.
Cool. Cheers. Now we might move to Christchurch NZ, and it's really nice to be able to have Ali here for the first time. So Ali, welcome. Thank you for joining us, and it's wonderful to have you on board. So we'll hand over to you. I see Therese is online as well. Do you want to give us a bit of an overview, and we can go from there?
Fantastic, thank you. I'll just let Therese say a couple of words before I kick off, if that's all right, but thank you very much for having me.
Tēnā koutou katoa. It's great to have our first catch-up of 2022, and really exciting to have our first catch-up with you with our new Chief Executive, Allison Adams, who took up the role last month. I think it's fair to say she's hit the ground running. A proud adopted Cantabrian. She came to us with really terrific wide-ranging experience in public and private sectors, locally, nationally, and internationally. Hands-on business experience that ranged from starting up her own business to working globally for Unilever. And with stints at New Zealand Cricket and more recently NZTE. As Regional Director Europe, she's got some really great firsthand experience dealing with COVID disruption. So the breadth of her experience is a perfect fit for the broad mandate of Christchurch NZ. And she brings a really great economic development lens and truly understands how to support and achieve sustainable growth and transformational outcomes. So we're really excited to have her on board. She also has Laura Dawson with her, who did a sterling job as acting CE through the period that's actually under review. So I think it might be a two-pronged attack from the two of them, and I'll hand it over to Ali.
Fantastic. Thanks, Therese, for those very kind words. Is it okay if I share my screen, Sam? Will that work for everyone?
Ellie,
See how you
we're
go.
getting
If not, David.
Yeah, we will do it, Ellie, if that's okay, because we're having
Perfect.
technical
That's
issues for that, so we'll bring it up now.
Perfect. Lovely. Thank you. So look, Kia ora, thanks for having us here today. As Teresa said, I'm Ali Adams, and I'm really thrilled to be Christchurch NZ's new Chief Executive. I come to work every day to lead and champion not only this incredible city we're all lucky enough to call home, but the work that Christchurch NZ does on behalf of the Christchurch City Council and its residents. We closely monitor our organisational KPIs, as you know, and our return on investment target for the full year is an estimated GDP contribution of 45 million attributable to CNZ activity. And that's against a council investment of 15.9 million, so around a 3-to-1 return to the city. That's obviously down on previous years, and that's largely the COVID impact. However, we've already achieved in the first half of this year an estimated GDP contribution of 35 million. So we're already at more than 2-to-1 in terms of our ROI. The Canterbury economy has performed well over the last quarter, outperforming national averages across a range of measures. Visitor spending was down on pre-COVID levels, largely due to the closed borders, event cancellations, and of course the Auckland lockdowns affecting domestic tourism. However, it's worth noting our net exports in December were at their highest level in a decade and represented nearly 18% of New Zealand's total export value. That's our highest share since 2013. If you could go to the next slide, please. It's fair to say we're pretty excited about international tourism returning to Otatahi Christchurch, especially with our crucial winter ski season fast approaching. Domestic tourism has performed well, but pre-COVID international visitors made up nearly 30% of our visitor spend. So we're expecting considerable economic benefit for the city and our businesses as they return. It's time to reopen to the world, and I can confidently speak for our tourism and associated industries when I say this shift will be really well received. One of the things we're doing is we're building on our Explore CHC campaign with partner regions across Canterbury and the West Coast. But the border changes are not just important for international tourism. We have skilled migrant campaigns planned for Q4 aimed at domestic migration and returning expats to help address the skills shortage in the city. And we launched our Gateway to Growth report in February, with domestic promotion already live and Australian activity in the pipeline. Next slide, please. The delivery of the Regional Business Partner Programme is on track, with capability funding, business mentor matches and MPS all ahead of target. We've connected businesses seeking growth funding with venture capital and government funding, as well as private investors. And we've also connected businesses looking to expand into Christchurch with developers and landlords, and most importantly, with cluster connections in industries like health tech, aerospace, the screen sector, which I'm going to talk about later, and tertiary education. Next slide, please. I just want to talk a little bit about innovation. We continue to support Te Ohaka and ThinkLab as part of our innovation ecosystem. And through these initiatives, in the last quarter, 44 knowledge-intensive businesses received incubation support and 52 new jobs were created. We've partnered with tertiaries and industry to deliver 4 Supernode challenges, showcasing our city as a place of innovation and leadership in sectors where we already possess incredible competitive advantage. Not only do these challenges inspire commitment and excitement in these important sectors, but they help entrepreneurs commercialize their ideas and in turn create new high-value jobs for the city. Next slide, please. As I already mentioned, skills shortage is a very real thing at the moment, but we continue to bolster the city's skills pipeline with longer-term initiatives like Whitiora, the new Hapu-led skills and employment hub, and as well as the Rebel Business School. Insight from our economists on the labour market show that inflation and labour shortages are definitely creating wage pressures for businesses, but Christchurch did have the largest annual increase of employees since 2006 in the last quarter. Next slide. So I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the Antarctic Office. Our Antarctic Office actively pursues opportunities for the city to realise greater value from our Antarctic Gateway status, both economically and culturally. Around 3,000 international personnel will pass through the city this season. Unfortunately, Days of Ice, the public celebration of our Gateway City, was postponed twice due to COVID. Very disappointing, but a decision that was well understood by stakeholders. And our Antarctic business network continues to grow. We're at 68 members at the moment, and we're aiming for a June target of 75. I think it's worth mentioning that together with Council, the Office engaged in a fair amount of diplomacy in Q2, which helped secure Christchurch as the ongoing base for a number of international Antarctic programs. And these are crucial for us to maintain our gateway status. COVID and border restrictions have made this a really challenging space. And I want to acknowledge David Kennedy, who has led the Antarctic Office since its inception in 2018 and is now moving on to head up the International Antarctic Centre here in Christchurch. David's played a huge role in leading our city's diplomatic efforts, as well as opportunities to leverage our gateway status. Thank you, David, for all your hard work. Next slide, please. Screen Canterbury NZ is our front door for screen enquiries and attracts productions through promotion and development of regional talent, incentives and infrastructure. Doing this sustains and grows high value, decent work and provides unique city benefits. Currently, Canterbury only attracts 2.5% of New Zealand's 3.5 billion screen industry, and we want this to grow. In Q2, we launched our showreel video, a key asset promoting local capability and locations. It received excellent feedback from producers and scouts both here and overseas. And also announced this quarter was the University of Canterbury's new digital campus, which will be transformational for the local industry. Christchurch NZ provided advice and proof of concept support for this initiative. The $1.5 million Screen Canterbury production grant continues to award grants to eligible productions. The latest recipients include feature films, documentaries, and TV series, and will generate about $6.5 million of local spend and provide work for 200 crew. Again, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our Screen Office Manager, Bree Loveridge, who is leaving us to take up an exciting role at the University of Canterbury Digital Campus that I mentioned earlier. Bree has bolstered our region's screen capability and facilitated numerous productions that have filmed here. Thank you, Bree, for your dedication, and I'm thrilled you're not moving too far away from the industry. We're also blessed to have Patrina de Rosario on board to continue the office's current momentum. Next slide, please. Our urban development team continues to go from strength to strength. The New Brighton Regeneration Project is a great example of how multi-year, multi-agency urban development projects can deliver real social and cultural change with genuine economic outcomes. Despite COVID, retail spending in New Brighton has been up 23% in the last year. Alongside this continued programme of work, our urban development team has more than a dozen projects in the pipeline, including residential, office and hotel developments. Next slide, please. Now, events, of course, are a moving target in the current environment, although the latest government announcements are definitely showing some light at the end of what feels like quite a long tunnel. Big recent wins for our major events team include the confirmation of dates for SailGP in Littleton Harbour and the securing of the Fast 5 World Netball Series. And also, we're finally getting an All Blacks test later this year after a long 6-year hiatus. Praise be, very pleased to get that under our belt. Next slide, please. Many of you will also be aware that the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup is in town from this weekend, and we're thrilled that Hagley Oval will host a raft of matches, including a semi-final and a final. Whilst it looks unlikely that our White Ferns will be involved at the pointy end of the tournament, we look forward to the 180 million global audience who will tune in to watch the Christchurch Games. And in addition, the lifting of outdoor event restrictions means Hagley Oval can hopefully be filled to capacity for our hometown games. Christchurch NZ engaged with multiple agencies and businesses to deliver considerable city dressing and leverage opportunities at the back of the tournament. Next slide, please. Moving on to business events, our business events team continue to bid for and secure numerous events to fill our amazing world-class venues. Business events are a serious catalyst for economic growth. They drive high spending visitor numbers, attract businesses to the city, and they're a key part of our overall economic development strategy. Tapai Christchurch Convention Centre opened in December with 51 conferences booked and another 100 events set to use this amazing space. Obviously, that's COVID dependent, but it's all looking very promising. Next slide, please. And some exciting business events that are coming to town that we can share with you are the APSA Asian Seed Congress, which is bringing 1,000 people here late next year. The inaugural Golf Matters Conference, which will host 500 Golf Mad attendees in August. And finally, a considerable medical conference in 2024 with an estimated visitor spend of nearly $4 million. So stay tuned for more details on this one. Next slide, please. Christchurch NZ has delivered some large-scale domestic destination campaigns recently, including Bloom, Do More Summer and Merry Christchurch, the latter being a partnership with the Christchurch Central City Business Association and Christchurch City Council. These campaigns played out mainly across our social channels and collectively garnered more than 8 million impressions and hundreds of thousands of click-throughs to our content, promoting local businesses and attractions. Next slide, please. Our 2022 year budget reflects a planned $2.1 million deficit. In keeping with our letter of expectation, the board approved using $900,000 in retained earnings and $1.2 million in reserves to drive a bold programme to support our economic recovery. However, the 22-year budget did not anticipate further COVID impacts, and the impact of mandates and border closures means a lot of activity has been pushed to the end of the financial year and possibly into next year. Operating expenditure to December is 25% less than budget due to this impact of COVID. And of this underspend, 2.2 million relates to events and activity in the destination and attraction pillar, with the majority funded through central government regional events funds like SailGP and Trends. This activity is contracted and has been deferred until it can be safely delivered, and the funding cannot be repurposed. And the final page, please. As we speak to you today, most of our key performance indicators are on track or already achieved. Some targets that we've already met include job creation, supported by Christchurch NZ, and the value of investment in economic and urban development by central government and the private sector that was supported by Christchurch NZ. KPIs not on track include visitor spend, job creation through events, and our perception shift indicator, which have all been impacted by widespread cancellations. Nearly all our levels of service are on track, with particularly strong performance in support for businesses, bids to attract business events, and screen sector inquiries. Our ability to deliver a major events seed fund and third-party investment into destination promotion and product development have been impacted by COVID and are not likely to recover by year end. That sums up our Q2 update for you. As you can see, our work continues to be broad and exciting, but most importantly, impactful. We're excited about the months ahead as tourism and events return, the central city continues to thrive and resident numbers grow, and the city we're charged with promoting and developing continues to return in all its glory. And if you have any questions, I'd love to try and help answer them. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Ellie, for that. That was wonderful. Now I'll move it, and James Goff's happy to second it. So we'll just go to questions now. So we've got Jimmy and then Aaron.
Only one question, particular regarding to attractive international visitors, because the council on the 10th of March of this month, we have adopted international partnership priority. That's part of council approved in the 2019 international relations partnership framework. Then they have quite a few different key stakeholders, as a partnership, how to promote the Christchurch, particularly regarding to our priority, strengthen international connection to attract and develop the best talent idea and also increase our city, the well-being. So regarding the Christchurch, and your point of view, how do you to integrate all those resources to maximize the function to the best function and effective we can do the best?
It's a great question. So we've obviously been anticipating the border reopening for some time, and we've been working with multi-agencies from central government and also the Christchurch ecosystem to make sure that we're ready to press the button for international tourism and visitors as soon as we can. Now, it's fantastic that we can now do that. So we're working with Tourism New Zealand, we're working with Kia, we're working with the council to help revitalise the central city. We're working with a variety of different stakeholders to make sure that we are as collaborative as we possibly can be, because at the end of the day, we're a smallish city on the world stage, and it's really important that we work together to maximize our share of voice internationally.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, Ellie. Aaron, and then Phil, then Yanni.
Yeah, two quick questions. The first one is, with Bree leaving, and Bree's done a fantastic job, is her role now being advertised for someone else, or has it been filled yet?
So we're advertising that role internally because we do have a strong internal candidate and several strong internal candidates potentially. Sorry, excuse my white computer. So we're advertising that internally. If we don't get the candidates we expect, we will advertise externally as well. But we will probably be advertising externally for a second role in that space. So we have 2 roles in the screen office. So our anticipation is that Patrina, who currently works in that screen office, will step into Bree's shoes.
Right, because the screen industries are very, very, very probably incestuous is an odd word to use, but it's a very network focused industry where deals are done over telephones and stuff like that. Like Queenstown's very insular and they look after themselves, but is consideration not given to getting in, and I don't know, maybe Patrina is, but an industry person that would...
So, Aaron, really good point. And Ellie, I wonder if you can take that offline with Aaron. I just don't want to discuss employment issues in this.
Of course. The one thing I would just emphasise is it will be absolutely a competitive process. So, and we'll make sure that we get the right person for the role. So yeah, Aaron, I'm more than happy to talk about that with you offline. Get your views.
Ellie, if you could give Aaron a call, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the other question is around the target for screeners, the number of inquiries. But I mean, you can have 1 million inquiries, but if none turn into actual bookings or productions in town, they're pointless. But is there a target now for, because there's been a lot of work done and the show reel's fantastic. So now it's turning it into productions in town. Is there a target now set for that?
I'm actually going to ask Boyd Warren to maybe answer that. So Boyd's here today and he may know the answer to that question.
Cool.
Kia ora koutou. Look, you're correct in your observation, Aaron. The KPI at the moment is activity, but given the momentum that we've gained with the incentive fund that we've launched, and the deepening knowledge we've got of activity that's going on, I think it's a natural evolution to put some outcome KPIs in our next business planning, which we're about to enter into. Yep.
Okay, well, because that's sometime this year, and council. Thank you.
Right, Phil.
Yeah, thanks, Samuel. Ellie, fantastic. Sale GP, fantastic, well done. But it worries me a bit. This is our first shot at our showing off Littleton to the world, and we have to be on top of our game. The boat park area is fantastic, very good, but the roads leading to it are terrible. The Waimak riverbed is in better condition. The teams and media and supporters have followed Sale GP all over the world, and we don't want them to go away disillusioned. So we've got 9 months to get this right, and I think that we as council need to assist you in somehow finding some money to make at least the approach roads a lot better so that it goes off as well as you're hoping it will.
I think Sale GP is such a fantastic opportunity to showcase Christchurch to a massive global audience. And it's very important that we put on our best possible show. So we will obviously work really closely with council to make sure that that we can do that. So we'll I'll be working with the team, and my team will be working with council closely to make sure that happens.
No, all I'm really doing is alerting my fellow councillors to the approach roads need actually a fair bit of work on them to make the whole thing as good as we hope it's going. Well, we know it's going to be.
Yeah.
No, that's perfect. And Ellie, if you can keep Phil in the loop on that, that'd be great.
Absolutely, we'll do.
Great, Yanni.
Yeah, thank you, and welcome, Ellie. Thank you very much for attending today and presenting to us. I had several questions. Just to follow on around the Sale GP, I was concerned that when the revised announcement was made, Auckland disclosed what their contribution was, but Christchurch NZ didn't. Subsequently, I think a few weeks ago, Christchurch NZ have now publicly disclosed the incentive fee, and it's quite considerably more than what it was previously. So are you able just to talk through why we've had to put a greater level of investment into an event that initially we attracted just to Christchurch, which is now going to split between us and Auckland, and why the increase in funding was needed and how you've assessed the value of that spend? Thank you.
Absolutely. So the if I can just address the first point also about the why we couldn't announce at the time that Auckland did, we couldn't announce that due to commercial sensitivity in relation to our season 2 force majeure legal negotiations, which were still in play. So once we sorted that and we'd sought board approval on the final investment, we advised SailGP that we needed to release our investment in line with Auckland, and we did that as soon as we could. Re the increase, the costs were higher due to the increased broadcast reach, popularity and competitive bidding environment. Basically, SailGP became more popular around the world and actually received far higher investment offers than Christchurch's. And we'll also be seeing an increase in boats from 8 to 10 in season 3 and getting to hopefully 12 for season 5. And the other thing I should probably note is to help us secure that multi-year deal, which is obviously really valuable for New Zealand and for Christchurch, MB through New Zealand Major Events committed in principle 1.5 million per SailGP event season from 23 to 26, and it's a condition of the MB investment that host city investments are matched.
Right. So despite all the, just so I'm sort of trying to understand, so despite all the goodwill, all the high degree of investment that we brought forward and all the relationships we had prior to the obviously COVID impact on the first season or the season that we were going to have been cancelled, they went back and renegotiated for extra funding, basically.
And that was heavily linked to the multi-year nature of the deal and that commitment from MB.
Right.
Right, Yanni, have you got another question?
And did we assess the economic benefits, like in terms of that increased investment?
So the quantified benefit from visitors is estimated at around 10.3 million per event. And we're expecting about 19,000 people to attend, including about 6,000 visitors. That has increased as a result of the increased size of the event. Yeah.
Just two other questions from me. One is, I think this was raised last time Christchurch and Z came and presented to council, but like some of the marketing stuff with the COVID impact just seems a bit strange. Like the Cricket World Cup collateral that was put up in the central city when we didn't really have anyone visiting. Have you kind of reflected on reducing spend on marketing, destination attraction, event promotion in light of the fact that we are in a different environment? Because I mean, unfortunately for council, we had the same thing happen in Australia after the earthquake, where we ran a big tourism campaign to encourage people to come here.
Point, Alison, can you answer that?
Yeah.
Sure. So we have reduced our marketing and destination spend significantly over the past 6 months, which is one of the reasons that our financials look at the way they do. So now the borders are reopened, we've got everything ready to press the button and go for it. So we will be spending in a tighter period of time. So it's more of a short, sharp hit. We do need to be very cognizant of the fact that we need to continue the momentum of our marketing and destination campaigns longer term for them to be successful. So we have done absolutely that. That doesn't mean we stopped everything. And with an event like the Cricket World Cup, there are obligations for the major events or mega events holders such as the ICC that we have to fulfill.
Regardless of the reduced economic benefit that we're getting.
We have to fulfill our contractual obligations. So it's always that balance between making sure we do what we need to do contractually and make sure that the event is given the profile it needs, knowing that the audience in the central city, for example, will be significantly reduced. Absolutely. But we have reduced our marketing and events promotion significantly.
Just a final question from me was on page, sorry, I'll just try and 267. It's performance measure 8.7, deliver existing urban development program New Brighton and develop pipeline of urban development projects utilising council family-owned property or other acquired property. What's the process for us as a council to put forward projects to be considered as part of that pipeline? Like, is there what's the mechanism where we can get visibility of what's being proposed, and how do we put things forward that we think are worthy of consideration?
So I wonder if Dawn might want to answer that. You might have a better view on that, Dawn, than I do.
Happy to do so, Ali. Members will remember that we actually have a workshop in place, which is in the first week in April, where we will be talking about all of this between Christchurch and NZ and elected members as we move forward. So that is appropriate to deal with that in that workshop.
Great, I think. So Yanni, you're all good?
Yeah, thanks.
Perfect. Okay, Celeste.
Kia ora, Ellie, and great to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, I've been really sort of working closely with Christchurch NZ on a few things, and I have to say they're doing a fantastic job. So credit to the team that are working out in the coastal area. Is there any further detail you can provide about any of the things that are listed on that urban development plan? I'm sort of familiar with a number of them, but the final one, a new tour option, I'm not sure if that's progressed enough to provide an update. And if there's any other update you could perhaps provide. And then just a quick note, the SAL event, I did reach out to the team just to ask about looping in local clubs, because we have a Pleasant Point club. So in terms of the community planning side of that, I know that there's some work going into that, but if you can speak to that side of things at all, that would be great.
So the community, just to answer the second one first, the community aspect of SailGP is one of the most exciting things about it, I think. So I know that as we start to get into the implementation of that's going to be a big part of what we do. I think the legacy, the community, getting people out there on the water, and the education side of it is just going to be a fantastic part of that program. So looking forward to that. In answer to your first question, I can't really share too much. We will be talking, as Dawn said, at the workshop in a couple of weeks about some of this. So the pipeline is still in draft form. But what is happening is we are starting to make progress on the implementation of us becoming an expanded economic development agency. And we're on track to make sure that that implementation starts on July the 1st.
Ellie, I wonder if you could just take Celeste's point on notice and come back at the workshop over those points, if that's okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
Great. Anything else, Celeste?
No.
Cool. Okay, great. Excellent. So I'm happy to move that. James seconded it. Is there any discussion? We'll put that to the vote. All in favour, say aye. Against? That's carried. Excellent. Hey, thank you very much for coming in, and also Laura, to acknowledge you for the work you did filling in. That was much appreciated.
Thanks. It was a pleasure.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Bye.
Andrew, I'll pass back to you. Yeah.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So, excuse me. So now let's move to item 14, Venues Otatahi, and the interim report for the 6 months to 31st December 2021. And welcome to Gil, Caroline and Dale. And I'll hand over to Linda, or directly to the team from Venues Otatahi.
It's Linda here. I just will quickly introduce the report. As you might expect, the key theme from the report is the ongoing impact of events or lack of events over the half year, due both to border closures and the limits on numbers of attendees. And I can hand over to Caroline, Gil and Dale.
Thanks, Linda. And thank you very much, councillors, for giving us the opportunity to talk to you about the quarter ended December. But in saying that, and I'm going to hand over to Caroline in a couple of seconds to do that, in saying that we will talk about that quarter, but we will also try and give a glimpse into the murky waters of the future, which hopefully is starting to clarify a little bit, but has still got some way to go. So the thrust of this will be to look at what's happened up to and including the quarter ended December, and then a look into the future. Remember, the quarter we've been in right now has been pretty turbulent, but a look more into the future as to what might be happening. Caroline, can I ask you to talk that through? And then we'll talk it through and then take questions at the end. I think that's going to be the most efficient way of dealing with it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Gil. Good afternoon now, everyone. Thanks for your time today. Hopefully we'll be in person again sooner rather than later, but nice to see you all virtually. Look, I'll give a bit of a highlight package of the quarter and probably the half, and then just look at kind of the current situation and a little bit of looking forward. Obviously, as we all know, the assumptions that we're dealing with at the moment change on a daily basis, so she's a pretty volatile environment. But as you'll see from the performance to end of December, it was really a game of two halves. We started off really strongly with 56 events across July and August, and a really strong and ahead of budget result for that first quarter. Unfortunately, then we had a bit of Delta activity, and over that last quarter, we had 30% of our events cancel, 44% postpone, and 25% going ahead under restrictions. And those restrictions varied between kind of 50 to 100 packs, which in our venues aren't many events at all. But what we did is we obviously developed a Delta response and recovery strategy, and that looked at cost reduction, where we could access government support, where we could look at alternative revenue streams, where we could continue to support the national COVID response and the local community, where we could progress activity and take advantage of downtime in the venues, and what we could do to accelerate business recovery. So that response and recovery strategy, coupled with the changes that we've made over the last couple of years with a variable resourcing model, far reduced operating fixed overheads, and we actually delivered a really strong result for the 6 months. So whilst we did have a reduction in revenue of 2.2 million and 3 million year to date, that was offset by the wage subsidy and resurgence payments. So and that reduction in overhead of 901,000 for the period. So look, it was a really strong result for the half year, but we think now it would be remiss of us not to talk about the current situation because everything has really changed. We ended the year with a really positive outlook actually for 2021, and we anticipated a gradual rebuild actually over December and January. But with the rapid spread of Omicron and returning to red traffic light settings 23 January, things have really changed. So in a bit of a summary of the current situation, so we've had a 90% reduction in revenue since the 23rd of January. And based on our planning assumptions, albeit those slightly shifted yesterday, we didn't expect event activity actually to return until the end of April. And on that basis, we've got over that January to end of April period, we've got about 10 events that can proceed, 13 that could proceed with limited attendees, 34 that would postpone, and 19 that would cancel. So that's a pretty significant impact if you look at what we're really faced with. And our revised forecast actually looks about a $6 million negative variance against budgeted event revenue. The difference with this response is the lack of wage subsidy and resurgence payments, which have been quite fundamental to our response to date. But in saying that, we are well positioned and is in the best position possible to respond, given everything that we have experienced today and everything that we have changed. Some of the other initiatives that we've put in place are, and as we've talked about, I think in our last briefing, all of our permanent staff have been deployed to event activity and supporting the CDHB vaccination clinic at the Christchurch Arena. That vaccination clinic has also been extended to a rapid antigen test distribution centre. And so we've had about 76% of all of those shifts filled with permanent employees versus casual. So that's really made a big difference to our ability to hibernate actually through this period. We have looked at, and we will likely, although yesterday obviously changed a little bit, an implementation of an Easter close down just to reduce some of those overheads even further. We've split our roster into two teams just to minimise that cross infection and the ability to continue to deliver as and when we can. We've continued to assess central government options of support, and we've also looked to seek opportunities outside of the venues to support the community. So approaching CDHB, local schools, university halls, rest home and care facilities, to provide them with contingency support, not only for kitchen production, but also staff where we can. Some of those initiatives have changed a little bit because the risk profile's changed since close contacts can continue to work, etc. But we continue to offer those support options as we can. So looking forward, and in summary, we're well positioned to recover, to respond, and come out stronger on the other side. We've proven ourselves to be resilient to date and retract. And we'll certainly do that again. The team have been absolutely incredible. They've been flexible. They've looked after each other, and it's a real testament to their strength and resilience as well. But with easing of restrictions from this weekend, we're well placed and slightly earlier than we had expected to make a good recovery. And the outlook for 22-23 is positive, with a really strong event forecast, particularly in ticketed events. Look, it will be a road to recovery. It's not always just going to be a quick turn of the tap. We've just got to rebuild confidence in people attending events and holding events, but our clients are absolutely desperate to get back into the venue, and our community is desperate to get back into their venues. And so our focus is really on building that confidence, on attracting those high yield events, those events that have the biggest economic impact for the city, biggest social impact for the city, big ticketed events, get everyone back together. And as always, in navigating our way through these continued challenges, we remain committed in close collaboration with Council to continue to face those challenges and recover from those challenges, and building a really strong venues autotahi and bringing some life and heart back into the venues that have been starved a bit for a little bit too long now. So thank you. That's me, and I guess we'll take any questions.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. And thanks for the very comprehensive presentation. So the changes that are announced for COVID settings from this weekend, how quickly would you imagine and what types of events have we got coming up where you would imagine that they would start to take effect? I mean, obviously it's outdoor events, which are the ones that stand to benefit first. Clearly, we're well through the summer season of outdoor events, but clearly there are other events coming up that will stand to benefit from the changes that have been announced. Could you expand on the effects a little bit further?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So look, no limits on outdoor events is fantastic for the Women's Cricket World Cup. So the first match at Hagley Oval actually starts today. And so halfway through that, we'll get to open up to an unlimited capacity there. So tickets have gone on sale for that and the next two events also, including the final. So that's really exciting. Yep. And we'll have a good impact. Rugby as well. So Super Rugby. Our next match is on the 1st of April. So that's perfectly timed to fit into that lifting of restrictions. And the remainder of the Super Rugby season, obviously, it's shifted all over the place. So we're just waiting to finalise what impact that really has on our ability to really reap the rewards of those outdoor events. But it's really cricket and rugby that's in the immediate future. In terms of yes, the All Black Test. Yeah. So the All Black Test and the Argentina Test later in the year. In terms of indoor events, look, the impact really is immaterial. I think 100 to 200 at this point in time, there won't be a sudden flurry of that activity. But we are hopeful that in the coming weeks, we may get an announcement that will free that up slightly further, maybe a move back to orange. And that'll make an impact. I think with those indoor events, particularly corporate events, there's a lot of nervousness, and I think that's more around the health risk versus the ability to actually hold events. So I think that's just building that confidence in holding those events, particularly for corporates.
Excellent, thank you. So finally, some light at the tunnel, some exciting times ahead, and in many ways for Christchurch. The decision was made at absolutely the right time in terms of the cricket and the upcoming rugby that you've talked about as well. Excellent, thank you. Phil.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hey, are we getting? I understand the convention centre is sort of shut for a wee while due to a few things. Are you getting a little bit of an uptake in interest with some of our venues because of that?
Yep, we've definitely acquired a few short lead, smaller events, obviously more under that 100 cap. So we've certainly hosted, I couldn't tell you the exact number, but around 3 or 4 so far at the town hall.
Oh, that's good. No, well, so someone's loss is our gain. So that's cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? No further questions. Oh, Yanni, sorry. Yep.
Cool. Thank you for what you're doing. I appreciate that you've tried to give us more information around the community discount, and I note that you've said that you've got agreements to not disclose who's had it. I just wondered, are we able to get like in a public excluded session a list of who and how much, or is there no way we can understand who's actually accessing it?
Oh, look, I mean, I think that's something we might need to take offline. It's just our, we're obviously not wanting to, affect the privacy of anybody that doesn't want to have that disclosed. We can certainly give you those summary numbers of number of events and the value of those discounts. But the individual breakdown is something I guess we would need perhaps the permissions of those who have accessed that discounted rate. But that's certainly something we can look to do. But yeah, it will be outside of this forum.
Yeah, okay, thanks. And just, do we survey the people that, the community groups that request to use it? Do we do a survey around their experience? Because I think, again, like obviously with COVID, it's quite difficult to get a sense of demand. But I think we have previously talked about how we can activate more people using the town hall, for example, on a more regular basis.
Yeah, we definitely do client surveys post-event, but not necessarily community discounted events particularly. So it could be actually another couple of questions that we ask in particular relevance to that we could add to our post-event surveys. Absolutely.
Yeah, like just to give one example of an issue that was raised, again, this is prior to the earthquake and obviously things have changed, but one of the barriers for community groups accessing the town hall previously was the high cost of catering and not being able to self cater. So yeah, I just think getting any information that we can, not today obviously, but as we go forward, would be really interesting to understand what some of the barriers may be, because it's a wonderful assets that we have.
Absolutely, and I also think there was another suggestion around how community groups access information, and that's something we can certainly improve on, and it's something we're going to activate with our website as well, which is how do you find out more information about how to access what are those opportunities for community individuals and groups.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anybody else indicating questions at this time. So we have a recommendation to note the performance report and financial statements, which I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder for that? Sam McDonald, so moved by me, seconded by Sam. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. All right, so next moving to item 15, Transwaste Canterbury's annual report for the year ended 30th June 2021. So we've got Gil Cox, the chair, and Jeremy Parker from Transwaste. We have a short presentation. And again, Linda, I'll hand over to you as our staff member on this report.
Excuse me, Andrew, it's Gil Bill speaking. I've just got to get Jeremy to come into the room and set up the system so that we can do the presentation. It just might take us 2 minutes.
All right, I'm sure that's absolutely fine. If we need to bear with you for a couple of minutes, we can do that. That's no problem at all.
We have it. Gil, we can actually, we've got the presentation, and it was actually our preference to actually set it up and share it with us, if that's okay, because it works better.
That's fine. If you've got it, that's fine. What I perhaps will do is, as we go through it, just ask you to page turn. Would that be okay?
That's perfectly fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Linda, did you have any comment by way of introduction before we go to Gil and the Transwaste team? Sure.
So this is the annual report for Transwaste for the year ending 30 June 2021. The result was dominated by a strong rebound from following the 2020 lockdown, stronger than Transwaste had expected. I would also just like to point out for clarity that governance of Transwaste's business falls to the Canterbury Regional Landfill Joint Committee, which is made up of all of the 5 council shareholders who together have 50% of the company, and Waste Management has the other 50%. And that's all I've got to say, and I could hand over to Gil and Jeremy.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Kia ora koutou katoa. I've got with me Jeremy Parker, who's Joint Venture Services Manager for Transwaste Canterbury. He took over from someone you're probably familiar with, Gary Forward, in the last couple of months. What I suggest we do is go through this presentation pretty quickly and then open it for questions, given normally my style would be to take questions as we go, but I think given the distributed nature of being in a virtual meeting, it's probably easiest if we just take the presentation first and then come back for questions. So you'll see what we're going to cover in this is the financial results for the year ended June 2021. My goodness, seems a long time ago. But that'll be consolidated, looking at the Cape Valley landfill itself, looking at the capital expenditure around the landfill very quickly, and looking at Burwood Resource Recovery Park Limited. And that Burwood Resource Recovery Park Limited, you will recall, was a project that was charged with handling and sorting and recovering, where possible, material from the Christchurch 2011 earthquakes. We'll then look at the interim results to December 21, 6 months. A few comments around the outlook for the remainder of this year through to June 2022. I'd like to spend a couple of minutes around sustainability, talk a little bit about health and safety performance, talk a bit about a thing that I'm a bit passionate about, Tuamoana Bush, and then open it for questions. If you could just click to the next slide, please. Initially, we'll talk about the consolidated results. That's a high-level picture, if you like, of the landfill at Cape Valley. For those of you who've been there, that'll be quite familiar, but it's just to give you a view about this is essentially what we're talking about. Next slide. Rather than compare with the SOI specifically, I've compared the year June 2021 with the previous year, which was the year June 2020, because the SOI, looking back on it now, was based on some assumptions that didn't pass and is somewhat of a nonsense, really. Total revenue was just under 55 million. The previous year it was just a little under 51 million. Net profit after tax, a little bit up, about the same. Shareholders' funds to total assets had stayed about the same. And notably, the dividends paid increased from 16.9 million, and this is dividends paid to all shareholders, to 22.1 million. And just on that, you can read those notes, but just on that dividends paid, the year ended June 21 includes a $10 million of project dividends from BRRP. The previous year, the 20 year, was only $5 million of project dividends from BRRP. We've undertaken that we will pay dividends from BRRP, and they flow through Transwaste itself out to the shareholders, as we're confident that that project has come to an end and that there are no contingencies. We are holding $5 million approximately of funds back until 2024, just in case there are some contingencies in relation to that project. Next slide. Dividends paid during the year, as I've said, 22.1 million, includes 10 million from BRRP. We paid a further, and when I say dividends paid in the year, that's dividends paid in the year ended June 2021. There was a further $8.4 million paid in August 2021. Just for council's information, the total dividends we've paid since the inception of this operation, if you like, in 2005, is 173.1 million. Now, half of that's gone to the private sector partner, waste management, and half of it's gone to the 5 councils in the appropriate proportions. It includes 36.1 million from BRRP, and I'll come back to that. That's based off a total investment from shareholders. That's the councils, the 5 councils, plus Waste Management New Zealand of 16 million. So I think in anyone's book, that's a pretty good return. In addition to that, we, in this last year, in the year ended June 21, contributed, as we're required to under a resource consent condition, to a Cape Valley Community Trust for that year of $86,000. And the contribution to that trust since the inception has been just under $1.3 million. And that Cape Valley Community Trust is in largely the Omahi-Waipara School District, but it's in that sort of North Canterbury pocket, the host community, if you like. So that's the consolidated. Next slide, Linda. We're now talking about much more specifically the landfill. So this is a slightly closer shot of the landfill, pretty much as it looks at the moment, though it changes almost weekly. But I want to talk now specifically about Cape Valley, so it doesn't include the RRP at this stage. In the year ended June 21, we received just under 351,000 tonnes of waste, and the previous year 332,000 tonnes. And you'll see there the figures for revenue from the landfill, revenue from transport, revenue from electricity, contributing to the total revenue of 52.3, which was you'll see on the, I think, it was on the previous slide. What you will see there is the revenue from the landfill includes waste levy of $10 a tonne. That was up to June 2021. On the 1st of July 2021, the waste levy went from $10 to $20 a tonne. So I'll come to that. We'll come back to that in a moment. So that's the financial results for Cape Valley to the year ended June. I'd like to look at the major capital expenditures on the next slide for Cape Valley, for the landfill. We've always had a KPI, if you like, to maintain at least 12 months of ready capacity at the landfill. Why you say 12 months ahead? 12 months so that should we strike a disastrous construction season or some other major event, and this really paid dividends during the earthquake, we've got plenty of capacity that's ready to use at the landfill. In addition to that, and in this last year, we completed Cell 4B and 3A as part of that, and we've got a gully that we call 1D very much underway in terms of being completed to maintain at least 12 months ready capacity. Now, depending on the size of the cells, that can vary usually between 12, 13 months of capacity up to about 18 to 20 months of capacity at any one point in time. The other major capital expenditure projects that we've got underway, we have a flare on site for flaring the landfill gas that we don't put through, or we don't or can't put through the generators. And we've got a second flare coming to deal with the capacity of the gas being generated by the landfill. And we're also looking at a treatment work system called Benevac to install there which will better treat the leachate and evaporate, as its name says, evaporate the leachate coming from the landfill. We're a little bit on hold in terms of the electricity generation at the moment. We've got 4 generators there at the moment. We're unable to utilise the full capacity of those 4 generators because we have a constraint on the line to export the electricity to the national grid. And we're rather in the hands of Main Power here because they provide that line and they're waiting to upgrade that line, which we had expected would have happened by now, but hasn't. They're waiting to upgrade that line depending on the timing of their wind farm on Mount Cass. So we're in constant contact and negotiations with Main Power about that. Next slide. Slide is a view, if you like, of Burwood Resource Recovery Park, and some of you will have seen slides in the past or visited there and seen the great heap of debris that's come from the earthquake demolition process in Christchurch and surrounding district, including the demolition works on those properties where people were severely injured or killed. That's what it looks like now. It's now been completely capped, finished, and you'll see all the little bluey green are the trees that are growing, and you can see some paths over it there for walking paths and recreational paths. If you go to the next slide, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, there's a schematic of it, and that photograph was taken from the right-hand side of that looking north, just to give you an idea of what's happening there, and you'll see the plantings, etc. Where that earthquake-related demolition waste that derived from those buildings where people were killed or severely injured, the final resting place for that is at the right-hand side of that diagram. It's marked number 11. And that was negotiated with the families, with the council, and with NEMA as to being an appropriate place for that material to have its final resting place. Looking at the next slide, the operations of BRRP for the year ended June 2021. Relatively small revenue, 2.1 million as against 3.5 the last year. We stopped taking waste into that site. Jeremy, help me. In December 2020.
December
19, sorry. December 2019. So there was a little bit in the 2020 year, and that's the 3.5 million you can see there. The 2.1 million in the year ended 30th June 2021 relates to the money that central government paid, NEMA paid, for the removal of the waste, the demolition waste from those buildings where people were killed or maimed to the site that I mentioned previously. That was the money they paid us for that, and the remediation of that previous site where it was stored while coronial investigations were underway. BRRP made a small loss in that year. It was expected. It was just mopping up from activities of previous years when it was being used for dealing with earthquake-related demolition waste. As I said before, it paid dividends of 5 million in the year ended June 2020 and 10 million in the year ended June 2021. People will say, how come it made such good results when it was originally expected to break even or marginally better than break even? And the answer to that's pretty simple. It's down in that bottom part of that slide. When we first set BRRP up, it was based on everybody's best estimate, and it was a compromise even at that, of thinking we'll get 500,000 tonnes of material in there for dealing with. And the whole charging model was based on that. We in fact got 837,000 tonnes, and we recycled 104,000 tonnes. So it's simply that additional increase in volume, which no one could predict when this was set up, that's provided the results that we've got for BRRP over the years. Perhaps if we go to the next slide, and this talks now about the 6 months to December 2021. I won't spend too long on this. You'll see our total revenue is up a bit on the 6 months to December 20. So the actual is 6 months to December 21 compared with 6 months to December 20. Net profit after tax is up a bit, and total equity is down a bit. Why is that down a bit? Because we paid an additional $5 million in dividend from BRRP in June 2021. Shareholders' funds to total assets still very healthy, and you'll see there the dividends that were paid, and they were paid in August of each year. Perhaps the next slide. And it looks at the tonnes that we're receiving. And it's interesting, I've just been sitting through the VO and we had no revenue. Our revenue and our quantities have been very little affected during the COVID periods of lockdown. So in the 6 months to December 2020, we received 174,000 tonnes of material to the landfill at Cape Valley. In the 6 months to December 2021, it was near enough to 180,000 tonnes. And you'll see the figures below that break the revenue down as to what it came from. The landfill, that's the cost of disposal in dollars, 20 million in both years. You'll notice an increase in the levy, that's the waste levy. It went up from $10 to 20. And remember, that's going to keep increasing by $10 a year, and in fact, in some years more than that, through to a maximum at the moment set by government of $60 per tonne, and currently it's now at 20. So there's big increases to come there. You'll see the revenue from transport, that's hauling the waste from the transfer stations to the landfill, and you'll see the revenue from electricity around about $1 million in both years. Perhaps next slide. And this is now looking to the future. From where we are now, what do we think the year ended June 2022 is going to look like? We think the landfill tonnes received will be marginally down on last year, and that will be partly due to lockdown. But what's interesting about that is that nearly 20% of that total of 347,000 tonnes we're projecting to receive, nearly 20% of that comprises contaminated soils and special wastes. Now that number, that percentage is increasing, and that's particularly as sites get earmarked for further development and soils have got to be taken away and they can't be used on site or can't be covered safely on site. They're deemed to be contaminated, perhaps at worst by the potential of asbestos, and they get taken to Cape Valley and treated and handled in a particular way and buried immediately. The waste levy increase we've not shown in that revenue figure because that would skew it. So that revenue line is net of levy, so it's like for like. And the dividend is higher largely because there's a further 1.3 million project dividend from BRRP in that 16.4 million, as well as the final dividend for the year ended 30th June 2021 was a little bit higher than forecast by a couple hundred thousand. Perhaps next slide. This again, still looking at the future and looking at the issues. I'm not going to read this through, I'll just talk a little bit to it. One of the issues is managing the emissions trading scheme, and it's just to give perhaps the councillors a heads up on this. We need to set our prices each year in May, effective 1st of July, for the following 12 months. So we're setting our prices, which we really can't change, for the next 12 months, in the next couple of months. That means that as far as ETS is concerned, we tend to buy units ahead of time. And at the moment, we've got units ahead of time that will cover us for the calendar years 2022 and 23. Because we've bought them sometime in the past, they are now cheap units. If we were to buy those today, the spot price of those units would be $50 per unit greater than the units we've got on stock. Jeremy, I can't remember, the price of the units about $85 at the moment?
More than 80.
More than 80. So they're in that 80 to 90. The ones we bought were less than 50, were about, let's say, 40. So at the moment, customers, in terms of their disposal charge, because we simply pass our cost of ETS onto the customers, because it's fair waste, they're getting the benefit of us having bought units cheaply. There will be a time when obviously we run out of those cheap units. We've got enough for the balance of this year and next calendar year. But at that point, we'll be starting to have to buy units on the open market. And if the price stays where it is, that will increase the cost of disposal by about $6 per tonne. So quite significant. The other thing I just wanted to flag to councillors looking forward is the fuel price exposure. I think you've probably all experienced this. Every time you go to fill up with fuel, we have the same when we fill the trucks with diesel. So it's a significant component of the transport cost. Again, we have to try and build that in a year in advance. Now, if there's anyone amongst the councillors that can predict what the fuel price is going to be in the next 12 months, please can you give us a call and let us know. It's really hard to do this, no matter how much you see it, you hear it every day on the news. It's volatile. It may be, and we're not saying this will happen, we've done it once before in the life of this landfill, it may be that if we get a sudden big increase, that we have to do a special fuel levy on transport charge. We hope we don't have to do this. In fact, jokingly, I could reflect back on last time we did it. When we did it last time, immediately we imposed it. The fuel price dropped, so we had to pull it out again. Maybe that's a good thing. But that fuel price exposure is certainly something that we're going to have to manage carefully in this coming year. Next slide. I'd like to now deal with that issue that I'm sure is on a lot of your minds, sustainability, and particularly around greenhouse gases, etc. That's a photo of the waste face at the landfill on any one day. We cover it up each night, but that's a photo of the waste face on any one day. Now, people say to us, we need to better manage this waste and sustainability. We can't. Transwaste has no option but to receive every bit of waste that comes through the transfer stations. It's your waste, it's my waste. It's not Transwaste waste. So the only way we can stop that is to stop the flow of waste. What we can do is manage that in as sustainable way as possible. Next slide. Let's perhaps talk about that a little bit. Obviously, our partner in this, or the council's partner in this, is Waste Management New Zealand, and it would be seen as a leader in sustainability in business in New Zealand. It is CMARS accredited for its carbon footprint. It's the only waste operator accredited for CMARS, and it's one of the few industrial concerns in New Zealand that's accredited that way. But we work hard on our carbon footprint, and by far the bulk of the emissions that occur at the landfill come from the waste received from shareholders, if you like, and back through shareholders to us as individuals and individual businesses. As I said, Transwaste is obliged to accept this, and we can't control the volume. We can't say, look, we've had enough, we're not taking any more. We've just got to accept it. Really, there are two major emissions from a landfill. There is gas, landfill gas, which is approximately 54% methane, approximately 40% CO2, and some other bits and pieces. And there's leachate. The gas capture from the landfill, we capture in excess of 95% of that by what we call gas wells around the landfill. And we are always trying to improve on that. We're required to capture, I think, 90%. We're way in excess of that. In fact, the official measurers, government measurements at times tell us that we've captured more than 100%, which I personally find a bit hard to think about, but we're always trying to push as far as we can towards getting 100% of that gas capture. What do we do with it? We put it into generators to generate electricity, which goes into the national grid to fire up your lights and your heaters, etc. Or if we can't get it into there, and we, as I said before, because of the main power line, we are a bit constrained on that at the moment, but that will get solved. If we can't do that, we have to burn it in a flare. So there's no methane, which is a greenhouse gas, goes into the atmosphere. The next major source of emissions that we have is the fuel for transport. And there's a lot of discussion both within the board, within management, and I know in the public about why don't you use electric trucks, why don't you use hydrogen trucks, etc. Non-internal combustion engine alternatives for heavy plants and line haul, and remember we've got heavy plants in the landfill itself, the compactor and the loaders and the diggers, etc. The non-internal combustion engine alternatives are not yet available as proven technology. There are some technology demonstrators being promoted, such as hydrogen-powered trucks, but two things. One, we don't have them in New Zealand. I think there's a couple in New Zealand. And secondly, we don't have, at this stage, the fueling capacity for those down here in Canterbury. Third thing, and these are very rough figures, we pay $450,000 for a new truck at the moment. We would be paying in excess of $900,000, maybe close to $1 million for a hydrogen truck equivalent. Now, that difference would have to be recovered somehow, and it would be recovered by charges for waste disposal and waste transport. So at this stage, we're watching it very carefully, we're monitoring it very carefully, we're ready to move, but we're not yet at a point where we can use alternative fuels for the line haul trucks taking the waste from the transfer stations to the landfill. Any other sources of emissions that come from trans waste activities are really very, very minor in respect of these. We are working with Toitu to get our footprint established and to be audited on that basis, and that process has started, and we'll start producing results for that. I think it's after June this year. And I've mentioned other activities such as electricity generation and forestry. We can't offset those, we're not allowed to offset those for reporting purposes. That's okay. One other interesting development that is taking place as we speak is we're starting to develop an environmental reporting dashboard that's got two elements to it. One being what I'll call loosely, and it might sound a bit strange, Western science, where we monitor environmental performance through various metering and various sensors. What we're trying to merge with that and get some reporting is working with Mana Whenua, and particularly Ngāitua Rere, who are the host hapu, about the way they look at environmental performance and try and bring that together into a comprehensive report. So we're picking up not only Western science, but we're picking up the Maori view of what's good environmental performance. And that's a pretty exciting thing that we're doing at the moment. We think it's great for the landfilling industry in New Zealand, and we'll be pioneers in that, but we would hope that this approach might filter across to other industries. Next slide, please, and it's just health and safety. Health and safety, I guess, is really driven by our guys and our ladies on site. And these just a photo of a typical toolbox meeting that happens every week, and where we're sitting down and they're talking about what's going on the site, what the dangers are, what things they might see as enhanced risks, and it might be something as simple as a very grey, murky, rainy day. Make sure your wiper blades on your gear are cleaned, or put new ones on if you need to. That sort of discussion takes place there, as well as more serious discussions if we've had an incident. Next slide, please. I think as a result of that and the real focus and the culture of this company and its major contractor really, which is Waste Management New Zealand, we have an outstanding, I always get nervous about saying this, an outstanding record in terms of lost time and injuries and medical treatment industries. And you'll see for both the rolling 12 months to January 22 and compared with the rolling 12 months to January 21, we've had none of either of those. We pride ourselves on that, but look, you're only as good as the current moment, because something can go wrong if someone is not concentrating and not following procedures. But it's certainly the first item on our agenda every month at the board, and it probably gets more time spent on it than any other single item, because we're just very conscious of that. We want our people to go home to their families every night. Next slide. I mentioned Turmana Bush, and look, it's just very quickly update that top picture, and they're both taken from exactly the same spot. That top picture was taken in around 2005, and the bottom picture probably in around 2020. And that's a good example of the enhancement we're doing to that bush, both through allowing natural regeneration. And if you look in the middle of the picture and sort of slightly right of the rock sitting up in the middle, sitting up in the picture, you'll see sort of a large valley area. And if you look there, you'll see in the top picture there's not much there. In the bottom picture there's a lot there, and that's through planting. So we're doing natural regeneration and planting. Next slide, please. So Turmana Bush obviously continues to develop. There's increasing use of the walkways and people visiting it and picnicking there, etc. We work to a 30-year management plan, but in 5-year blocks. And our next 5-year management plan revision is due middle of this year, mid to say third quarter this year. It is a carbon sink. So Turmana Bush and our other forestry, commercial and amenity forestry, is being measured again this year and early next year. So we're measuring that for a carbon sink. And I guess the question I've got to the council is, it's yours. How many of those present today have used it? So really now, if you just flick ahead for the next couple, it's over to you for questions. I'm very happy, Jeremy, and I'll take questions and answer them if we can. If not, we'll get back to you.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Thanks very much for the presentation. I've got a question from Sarah to start.
Kia ora, thanks so much. Got a couple of questions, mainly around that waste minimisation and the greenhouse gas stuff. Great to hear that you're working with Toitu on measurements. Look forward to seeing that work. Some questions over the actual greenhouse gases. You've focused on methane quite a lot, and I know that your obligations are around methane, but are you also going to be measuring CO2? Because I know that when you use the methane for electricity production and when you flare it, the leftover, if you like, is CO2. And is that being measured as well?
Yes, well, that's reported with Toitu.
It will be reported as part of the Toitu reporting.
Great.
So we'll be measuring it. I mean, at the moment, that CO2 was either coming out the exhaust, if you like, of the generators, or out of the flare for what we've got to burn through the flare. But we will be reporting that or measuring it and reporting it under the reporting we're developing with Toitu.
That's great. That's really good. Thank you.
Interestingly enough, on that, Sarah, if I could just say, one of the other things that's happening, we surprisingly get continued number of organisations approaching us and talking about what we do with gas as an energy source. interestingly, recently, a couple have approached us and said, what are you doing with your CO2? We could be interested in that to use it. So we're continually looking at those things. I mean, most of them, there are constraints, if I can call it that, around it, but we are continually investigating that. And I think you'll see more and more of that happening in the next year or two.
Yeah, and while you've got the gas being used for electricity production and there's some flaring, do I understand that you've got a small waste to energy plant as well?
We don't run a waste to energy plant directly at all. No.
Okay. Is there one on site or?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Someone had mentioned it to me. That's clearly wrong. So the waste minimisation. So as you'll be aware, councils have got obligations around waste minimisation plans and all those kind of things, and councils as shareholders, ultimate shareholders. And page 310 of our agenda, it's sort of early on in your annual report, says that you're fully committed to supporting efforts to reduce waste, but your presentation made it really clear that you don't see that you actually have a role in reducing waste. And I'm just wondering, it says here where appropriate, you'll look at new things that will reduce waste to landfill. I'm just wondering what where appropriate might mean and what levers do you think you might have to reduce waste?
It's around technologies largely, and one of the things, as an example, that we spent a reasonable amount of money on, 200,000 I think, and we got a long way down the track looking at insect technology for dealing with organic waste. We, working with some Swiss partners at that stage, we had a partnership going with them, we decided that really it wasn't going to work because scale-wise we weren't large enough to make it work compared with what they used to in Europe. So that was one example where we're looking at that. We will look at other examples that come along. For instance, we're always interested, and I know the council is doing work on this at the moment around organic waste processing. We're interested in that and have indicated an interest in that, whatever that might mean. And I think if I reflect on our board in the last 2 years, say, maybe 3, we're seeing a much greater emphasis of discussing what opportunities are there for us to try and help reduce waste. Because it is part of our mandate to be part of reducing waste, but that means pushing back to those that supply waste. So looking at what recovery mechanisms are taking place at various transfer stations, be they council-owned or be they private, and trying to encourage those things. People are sometimes surprised by that, saying, hey, well, that might hurt your business because you won't get as many tonnes. That's fine. We believe that part of our mandate, part of our role is to try and encourage, and it's largely others, to do recovery of waste or reuse of waste before it gets to us. Because once it gets to us, because it comes in a really mixed form, we really don't have too many options but to put it in the landfill.
In what way are you trying to encourage others to do that? So I know that with the increase in the levy and all sorts of things, that there's funding available there for waste minimisation, rather than just trying to work out what to do when it gets to you. What proactive ways are you trying to reduce the source material, if you like?
Certainly in the organic, eventually in insect technology. In the organic waste, we've flagged an interest in that because we think that's something that we could get involved in if that's what the council decided. I mean, that's a council decision. So we'll work with the councils, not just Christchurch, but all of the councils, to see if they can find better ways of reducing the amount that's going to come to us. We don't actively get back, and remember, Transwaste itself does not run any transfer station. Doesn't run any MRF or anything like that. That's Eco Central and other operators do those.
But you're not looking at actively funding waste minimisation things like, I don't know, the mattresses take up a huge amount of space, for example, 300,000 of them a year in New Zealand going to landfill, that kind of thing?
Not at the moment, but it is something we could look at. The other thing we're trying to do quite actively, and I think we've been pretty successful with and about to hopefully see even a greater success is education around waste, education particularly at the school level, because we find that if you get the kids thinking about the ways they can reduce waste, that transfers through to the family. So we've just put a reasonable amount of investment into refreshing, majorly refreshing, working with core education on developing modules for schools to use that are very student driven. For instance, it's children going to and this is largely, I'd say, intermediate level children going to the landfill and going through and asking questions. Why does this happen? Why does that happen? Why does that have to be treated this way? Could it be treated other ways? So we're doing quite a lot of initiatives in that education space.
Yeah. And I know that you take great pride in your annual report and saying that you've got one of the lowest, dumping charges in the country. And I'm just wondering, I know while kids are influential on their parents, the back pocket is also too. And I'm just wondering if you'd looked at using financial levers to influence the volume of waste.
Haven't yet, because I think that's something we'd have to have pretty hard discussions with our shareholders about. And I mean,
the thing is, like, whether there's been work done, because if you increase the price, even if you get a slightly smaller volume, which would have good environmental outcome, you may end up still being quite profitable, especially with fuel prices and other costs as well. It'd be good to see that kind of work being done, because you may be able to be just as profitable with smaller amounts.
Yeah. Oh, look, I think that's right, and we've sort of proven that if we introduce new technologies all the time. One of the other things we're doing I didn't mention around emissions is I mentioned a lot about alternative fuel sources for line haul trucks, because that's our second biggest area of emissions other than the waste pile itself. One of the things we're looking at there, and we've always done, is we try to introduce the new trucks being the latest Euro standards for diesel trucks. Now, they are diesel at this moment. We've got an MOU with people like Haringa, and I'd like that to stay confidential, for looking at the potential for hydrogen power on trucks. But that's some way off. In the meantime, we have a replacement of about every 8 or 9 years for each vehicle. That's about 3 trucks being replaced every 2 years, and they are always to the latest Euro standard. So currently our trucks average at just under Euro 5. All the new trucks that we bring in are Euro 6. We'll replace 2 more this year, and they'll be Euro 6s, and that'll take our average Euro rating to about Euro 5.
Look, I'm keen to move this on. I'm very aware there are a number of other people that have got questions, and this item is taking a lot longer than I expected. Just for
Andrew, just at the end of it, I've got a question for staff at the very end. Yeah.
Right, okay. So just in terms of where we're at with time, I've got a number of people with questions on this item, which we will take. Then we've got the Rickett and Bush Trust people waiting very patiently. So we will move to that item next, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back for Te Kaha, the Heathcote Expressway, and the PX items. So, Sarah, I wasn't meaning to interrupt. Did you have anything further for Gil?
No, just for staff at the end.
All right, that's fine. Thank you. So I'll come back to you at the end. So I've got Pauline, Aaron, Mike, and then Phil, I note that you're raising a question, but I'm also noting that we've got you as conflicted on this one as a board member.
Yeah, I just wanted Gil to give a bit of clarity about how many tonnes of rubbish is actually ours that goes to Cape Valley. That's the only, because people might think it's 350,000 tonnes of red bin rubbish, and it certainly isn't. He just needs to clarify that, I think.
All right, so thanks for the comments. That's all good. So Pauline, Aaron, Mike, and Sarah, and Gil, if you wanted to comment on that issue that Phil's just raised, of course you could. So maybe a comment from Gil on that, and then I'll come to Pauline, if you wanted to.
Very, very quickly, approximately 18% of the waste that goes to the landfill comes from the urban collection in Christchurch, or comes from urban collections largely in Christchurch. The rest of it is commercial/industrial waste, and as I said, an increasing proportion of that is special waste and contaminated soils. So the amount that comes from the curbside collection, if you like, is a relatively small proportion. Not saying it's not important, it's a relatively small proportion.
All right, thank you. So I've now got Pauline, Aaron and Mike. So Pauline.
Thank you, I'll be super quick. Look, excellent presentation, Gil, really, really good. And it's you're doing things so well and you articulated it so clearly. With the main power issue with the upgrading of the cable there, is there anything that we can do to support you to hurry that along, or have you spoken to MPs perhaps?
In their mind, it's understandably all about when they build and get to operation their Mount Cass wind farm, and that requires them to put a bigger line in to export the electricity from that to the national grid, and we will be piggybacking into that line. And at this stage, that was originally scheduled for 2022. I think it's now 2024. But we're in negotiations with them, and I mean a good relationship. It's just about getting it started, because every month, day, if you like, that goes past, there's less revenue we can generate from electricity because we can't get it out to the consumer.
Yeah, and plus you're flaring off. And secondly, Te Moana Station, I've had a wee look at it. I haven't been right round it. How do people access that just quickly? This is live streamed, so if we can get the public using it, tell us now how they get in there, and is it seasonal or open all year round?
It's usually open all year round. That's subject to both weather conditions, because it can close in really bad weather. That's not often, and subject to lambing for the neighbouring farm, or part of it goes through farmland, and it's subject to whatever their program is for lambing. But they just go down Mount Cass Road, and they come to a parking area and well signposted track that takes around about 3 hours to walk.
And it has its own website.
And sorry, and Jeremy's right. It's got its own website. Just go on Te Bush website.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. So then I've got Aaron and Mike. Aaron.
Yeah, might be a couple of quick questions. Could only be one. Are your trucks and vehicles CNG or diesel?
Diesel.
Right. Why not CNG?
Because in terms of the emissions that they produce, as I understand it, and don't have the technical knowledge, using Euro 6 is as good as you're going to get. And for the weight haul that they're hauling, that's the most efficient, both in terms of emissions and in terms of diesel usage.
Okay, because Cummins claim that their engines are lower, but that's American made. And then there's the bio-CNG, which have the converter from LFG to CNG, which would kind of solve that problem. There's not the engine that can do LFG, but you can convert the gas, I believe. Have you looked at that?
Yeah, we do.
Waste Management have used landfill gas in vehicles previously and then backed away from it because of the problems it caused. Right. And again, that was in heavy vehicles, but not line haul vehicles, which have a different, torque requirement. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you,
Mike.
Thank you. Just hopefully, it's a quick question, so it would be a quick answer. Hopefully, do you have a carbon net zero target for your Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions?
We're working with Toitu through that now, and for, I think, help me, Scope 1 is...
So Scope 1 is landfill gas.
Yeah, and I mean, we're subject to, we can't manage the waste. We just have to take what turns up on our doorstep, if you like. You're closer to that than I am, Jeremy, some of the details.
Yeah, so the Scope 1 landfill gas, we have to accept what comes in. We can't control that. The offsetting things that we do also, such as the power generation and the forestry, we're not actually allowed to deduct that from the carbon total per the reporting regulations. So certainly for Scope 1, I think we are quite limited how we can influence that to get it to zero.
And scope 2, do you have a target for that?
The bulk of our other emissions are actually not scope 2 because it's done by subcontractors. But so it's actually not in the mandatory reporting, but we are going to be reporting that. So again, it's a case of minimising it. With our offsets not being actually be allowed, or our other activities not deducting from that, it won't get to a zero with those activities.
All right, I think that's right.
Thank you.
But look, one of the things that could change if we could get a different powered trucks, for instance, on the line haul trucks, that will make a huge difference. And it's one of the reasons, as Phil knows, we're very interested in looking at the potential for hydrogen powered trucks.
Yeah, no, I agree. But like when you measure things and record things and note things, it actually makes it more measurable.
Yep.
All right, thank you. I'm really keen to pick up the pace here because I'm very conscious that we've had the Rickett and Bush people waiting for some time. Aaron, I'm assuming that your hand is still up from previously. You don't have something further? It's down. Yanni, if we can run through what you've got reasonably quickly, and then I'll come back to Sarah, and then we must conclude this. So, Yanni.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I just wondered if you could give us any understanding of the impact of a possible sale of ownership, and whether that's something that would come back to council in terms of approval.
No, I can't.
Waste management.
Other than very briefly on process, if shares in Trans Waste were to be sold, it would have to come back to other shareholders under a preemptive rights conditions. If waste management itself was sold, it wouldn't have to, but I would expect that we and our other owners, the councils, would be consulted. But legally, under the preemptive conditions that sit within the Constitution, if there was sale of shares in Trans Waste itself, it would have to come back to the councils. We've been through that once before during the life of the landfill, and that was certainly what happened in that case.
So basically, just to be clear, so a company can buy the waste management shares of Trans Waste,
no,
and we get
a company could buy waste management.
Yeah. Right. And own the shares in Trans Waste.
Yes.
By buying waste management.
And I would expect if what happened in the past happened again, we would be consulted. But I don't believe there's a legal right for the councils to have a say in that. But what's happened in the past, they've always been consulted.
Okay, thank you. And we would retain. I mean, the strategic decision making would still be the same. There wouldn't be any risk to the company going in, Trans Waste going into a completely different direction.
Neither side has control. Both sides have the right of veto. And we won't deal with it now, but there are some clauses there about strategic assets, which give quite a lot of safeguard to the councils.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Sarah, I'll come back to you to round out the questions, and then we'll deal with the resolutions, move on to Rickett and Bush, and then break for lunch. So, Sarah.
Thanks for that. So it's a question for staff, and just on one of those ones on how do we. So we've, as a council, we've got representatives on the joint committee, and the joint committee is the governance body for this. So how do we, as a council, use our influence to ensure that, for example, waste minimisation things are looked at, those kind of things, in a more holistic way, looking at various levers and stuff like that, both for the residential and the commercial industrial side of things? You know, is it maybe a session that we have with our representatives before any expectations or direction is set?
Yes, that would probably be the best way of doing it. We don't issue a letter of expectations formally.
How do the joint committee influence what Trans Waste do if they're the overall governance?
So they receive the draft statement of intent, and they have a meeting to consider the content of the draft statement of intent. And
why don't they do a letter of expectation or any sort of direction setting as opposed to just receiving?
Sorry to interrupt, Andrew. I mean, we've been doing this for an hour.
Yeah, no, I'm keen to wrap this up. I had indicated that Sarah's questions
we're looking
would be
at it from a
the
governance point of view. I'm not sure we're achieving anything. So.
Yep. All right. So
That's okay. I've just got a question, Sam. You might not want to know the answer. So.
No, I do. But
all right. Can we get an answer to the question, and then we do need to move on. So.
Can I just suggest that we actually take, I will come back with a formal answer on that in regards, because it's a process. A lot of it will be simply because the fact that we're actually only one shareholder, Sarah, but we will come back with a formal answer for you so we can.
Yeah, no, it's just whether the joint committee is able to do it. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And it might be worth looking at that in the context of other joint committee arrangements. Central Plains Water would be another one where we're one part of a joint committee that has in the past issued letters of expectations. So, yeah, it'll be worth picking that up. So thank you very much indeed. Celeste.
I have a yes/no question, so I'll keep it very quick.
Really quick fire. Yep.
Yes, living wage, is that being paid?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Great. So we've got a resolution in front of us to note the annual report, which I'm happy to move. Somebody will be happy to second. Tim Scanderett's happy to second. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Aye. That's carried. Thank you. And Gil and Jeremy, thanks very much indeed for a very comprehensive presentation. I mean, with hindsight, it might have been better to have done that by way as a briefing so that we could have had that deep dive that we've had. Apologies for rushing things on a little bit to the end, but I'm quite aware that we've got quite a bit of agenda still ahead of us. So thank you very much indeed for a very comprehensive presentation and very full answers to questions as well. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you all, Councillor.
Thank you. All right, now the next item is item 16, the Rickett and Bush Trust, and we've got Bob Shearing, Bob Lynham and Shona Willis with us, and my apologies for keeping you waiting for some time. I understand that we've got a short 5-minute presentation. There will be an opportunity then, if there are any questions, to have those asked and answered, and then receiving the half-yearly report and dealing with the resolution. So over to Linda, first of all, in case there are any comments from our own staff, and then over to the Trust. Linda.
So I was just going to have the report taken as read. Just noting Council provides funding to the Rickett and Bush Trust.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you very much indeed. So now we'll hand over
receives or generates
sorry.
income.
We lost sound completely. You might want to go back. You might want to rewind by about 30 seconds. All right. That's all right. It looks as though we might have lost Linda, unfortunately. Shall we move on directly then to the presentation from the Trust, and then we can come back to Linda later. So handing over to the trustee representatives, the Trust representatives, over to you.
Thank you, Andrew. It's great to meet you all again, and thanks for the opportunity to talk to you. With me today, myself, Bob Shearing, I chair the Trust here. Bob Lynham, who many of you know from council days some years ago, and also with me is Shona Willis, our manager. And so as I say, thanks for the opportunity to be here. We certainly want to talk about our bush enhancement project, which the slide's all about, but just really briefly, just to thank you for your funding over many years, and particularly in the time that I've been involved. Your annual grant is always appreciated, and that goes towards costs and general maintenance. But more importantly, the project funding that we put up every year, we do appreciate that funding. Number of things this year. One of the main ones was those of you that are familiar with the house. We've got two water tanks that date back to very early days when there was no reticulated water supply. the recent years they've been basically decoration, but they're a huge part of the history of the building. And so we spent considerable amount of money this last year on upgrading those, because the tanks are basically empty, so they were sitting up there with no water in, so there's a bit of danger there, but they've all been strapped down, the posts have been rebuilt. So that's one of the major projects. It's just, I say, it's all artificial, but it's part of the history of the place. Shona, what other projects have we done this year?
We upgraded our outside toilets. We put new carpet downstairs, and we've also had to put in a whole new water supply. The water supply first went in the early 1960s and had corroded out, so we had to get that fully replaced. So all those things cost quite a bit of money.
Thanks, Shona. You see, we've got a continual program of upgrading the place. This year, as part of the annual maintenance, the whole house is going to be repainted, and that starts in April. From April onwards, you'll see scaffolding around the house, and it's expected to take about 3 months to get that done. So that's a 10-year rolling project, and we look forward to that being done this year. Obviously, cash flow has been a challenge this year with COVID restrictions the last couple of years, but we're pretty proud of the way that we've managed to see it through with our own staff and our contractors on site here. We've been able to match the required funding that council has also put up to be able to do those projects. Just briefly, Bob, you were going to just talk to the report.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to go into any detail about the finances. Well, we've looked at the report that Linda has prepared, and she's given you a good analysis in the report, so I won't go into the detail of that. But we note that you've made some recommendations for some changes to our statement of intent, and we're very happy to support those. We think they're sensible. We will need some help from the council, particularly in relation to the carbon neutral requests, as we don't have any expertise there. We think we've got a lot more trees than we have equipment. We've really got one truck and one lawnmower, but we're happy to get advice from the council and to put some comment about improvement and reporting on that in our final statement of intent. Also, we'll put in how we are contributing to the council's community outcomes. We've already put in place quite a lot of equipment and work to gather statistics about the participation of the public and the visits that are here. So we'll be able to report that regularly to the board. So we'll be able to incorporate that into our future reports for the council.
Thank you, Bob. Just quickly moving on to the slide that's in front of you. We're really, really excited about our new project, and we're just at the stage we're about to officially announce this project and get it underway. But you're all aware, obviously, of the bush here, the 7 hectares of remaining podocarp forest with its predator-proof fence being less than 200 metres away from Riccarton Mall. A very unique piece of bush, and it's got a huge history, and we're keen to continue with that. Originally, the project was brought out of just simply having to upgrade the track. As any of you have used it will know, it's quite old. Bumps and hollows, trip hazards and what have you. It's not very accessible for people with disability. Fire department have even suggested that we need better service within the bush to be able to contain any fire that did break out. And also, given that we started thinking about this project, what more could we do to make the bush more, enhance the bush? And we've got some management goals. One of them talks about enhancing the indigenous flora and fauna of the bush, and enhancing the Mahingakai and the Tiaonga species. We also talk about encouraging public interest and use and participation. So, as you know, the bush is already protected with the fence, but what more can we do to make more use of the bush? we're very lucky. We've got Professor David Norton, who's recently retired Professor of Forestry at the university, on our board, and him along with the range of already providing educational facilities for schools, university students, and many of our visiting groups and people who want to know more about what's going on in the bush. We believe that with the right facilities and spaces and education possibilities around, there's so many possibilities that the bush can offer, and we'd like to be able to increase those. To support us in furthering these opportunities, and after a selection process, we engaged landscape architects Kamo Marsh. They, along with Matapori, who we already had a relationship with, have developed a high-level master plan showing what we hope to do with the bush. And in the top left-hand corner, you'll see the front page of that report, which the board, or Kamo Marsh, undertook several sessions with the board, as well as some public consultation to be able to produce that report. What is it, 24-page report? And so very comprehensive. It's very much a high-level one, doesn't include any of the structural detail, but it's more about, as I say, more about how can we increase the use of the bush and make more of it. The board has adopted that high-level plan. It is now in the hands of the planning company Plans, I think, is it? We're hoping that to see that, or to put it to council later this month or early next month for a resource consent. Just very briefly, the plan not only includes those practical issues that we mentioned above, also looks to increase teaching spaces in the area, shelter to enhance relaxation spaces, along with a new entrance area recognising the Dean's family and their contribution to the bush. Within the new entrance area, we're also going to include a waharoa, recognising the first human inhabitants of the bush. And throughout the bush, the Maori interpretation will be greatly enhanced. As I say, the detailed structural plans are still to be produced, but initial estimates have got the project at about $1 million. Planning those costs to date have been covered both by contributions from council project funding and our own costs. As you'll see in the report, we've recently collaborated with Christchurch Foundation to manage a fundraising campaign, and that campaign hopefully will kick off in early May, and at this stage we're planning a function to announce that launch and announce the project. So just in closing, the Trust is really, really excited about this project. It's a major opportunity to encourage visitors to Christchurch, from Christchurch, wider New Zealand and overseas, to visit the Trust and bush. In doing so, we intend to show them the immense biodiversity in the bush and learn about the early Maori life in the region. And of course, never to be forgotten is a huge contribution and the amazing foresight that Jane Dean showed when she saved this piece of bush. So, Mr. Chairman and councillors, we do look forward to your continued support and trust that hopefully you'll collaborate with us in this huge project that we're looking forward to. So, thank you for that.
Thank you very much indeed for the presentation. Are there any questions for the Riccarton Bush Trust, realising that questions are the only thing and the resolution are the only thing standing between us and lunch at this stage? Are there any questions at this time? Yanni.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work that you're doing. Just one very quick question from me is, how much does Christchurch New Zealand work with you to promote this as a tourist attraction, or marketing it as an important civic asset for the city for people to enjoy?
We're a member of Christchurch New Zealand, and we're also part of their film catalogue, so anyone coming in goes through them first. We're invited to just about all their things. We're actually on their website, so the relationships, we're small, but the relationship with them is really good.
Excellent, thank you. No further questions. All right, so we've got a resolution in front of us to receive the half-yearly report, to approve the increase in the capital grant, which is laid out obviously in the report, and note the statement of intent. The comments obviously that we'd like the Trust to consider in the final statement of intent have been noted in the presentation, and we note the support for that. And I'm working on the assumption that the advice that's going to be requested from council around the matters raised will be able to be dealt with in a collaborative way. So I'm happy to move the resolutions that are in front of us. Do I have a second?
I say back regarding this one. I say back this one.
Yep, we've noted your conflict, Jimmy, already. So I'm just looking for someone to second the resolution at this time.
Yeah.
Sam McDonald, is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you, and thank you very much indeed to the representatives of the Trust once again for joining us today and for the presentation, and once again apologies for keeping you waiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So that now brings us to 1:30. We will adjourn for an hour for lunch now, 1:30 to 2:30. At 2:30, we'll come back for the elected member update on Te Kaha, and then we'll deal with the major cycleway Heathcote Expressway matter, and then we'll deal with the public excluded agenda. So I'll now adjourn the meeting until 2:30. Thank you. So we'll reopen the meeting with item 17, the Te Kaha project elected member update. So the Canterbury multi-use arena, and we've got Barry Bragg and David Kennedy and Mark Noonan on the call. Barry, I'll hand over to you to introduce the update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to hand straight over to David Kennedy to give that update, and hopefully I won't interrupt him.
All right, thank you. So let's take the update, and then if there are any questions, we can deal with those at the end. Thank you.
Kia ora, Barry, thanks for that. Kia ora, Chair, tēnā koutou katoa, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to come here today. Look, the update is in front of you. There's just a couple of things that I think I'd add verbally, and then Barry and I are happy to answer any questions that you might have. Two things that I think are of note. This week we have processed the first tender application for the project as part of the early works program. The council signed off on a budget for early works recently, and our contractor B6 Wattpac has received some tenders and has been analysing those for the some ground remediation works, and we're in the process of finalising the price and the risk allocations that go with that. So we expect that to go smoothly. We have also got scheduled on the 8th of April a sod turning and site blessing, which Nai Tuahuriri will come and assist us in the performance of. So that's running on track as well. The other things, I guess, to note are that we imagine coming to council a few times over the next over the coming months to brief council on the design once it's developed, which is progressing according to plan, and we will then obviously come with a final bid proposal for a decision to the council in June. So those are sort of those are the updates over and above the paper that you have in front of you.
All right, thank you very much. So you're happy to move to questions now?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. So are there any questions? Sam.
Yeah, thanks, David. Just a real quick one. As we look at that DNC contract in June, you'll do everything you can to ensure that's in the public as well, won't you? So that'll be a public discussion, or the board will.
Barry, I'm assuming so. When the time comes, once I mean, there's obviously commercial sensitivities within that up until the point of a decision being made.
Yeah, I guess, and I obviously can't speak on behalf of council, but my expectation would be what can be done in public should be done in public.
Yes.
Just to add to that, Sam, we've clearly had that advice from Dawn and Mary as well. So we'll be working through pre-briefings with council, and then we're in a situation where we can release as much information on the DNC contract that will become public. So yes.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks for that, and thanks, Dawn.
Thank you. Yanni.
Reassure the chair that we don't need to make any changes to our draft annual plan with budgets. So we've been told that we don't need to account for the money at the moment.
Yes.
That's correct. So when the report comes back in June, the DNC contract.
Yep, in June. Yes.
Yeah. Do we know exactly what date that is? Is it before or after we've signed off our draft annual plan?
I've currently got a program for the end of June. So apologies, I don't know what the timing is of the approval of your annual plan.
Okay. I was just a little bit concerned, but I know people have heard this before, but and I absolutely agree with the comment that Sam has made around as much information should be in public as possible. But I would hope if we're going to get a request to sign off on the contract, that if there's additional budget required, then we do have some ability to look at the implications for our draft annual plan. I guess I'm just really concerned that the costs you know, with everything we're seeing with the cost of, you know, inflation and interest rates, I'm still very concerned about the cost.
So, Yanni, given that that's a matter for council's budget, we'll let Leah comment on that.
Thanks, Yanni. So I will be coming back to council in the next, I would have said in the next month. I've just been seeking advice in regards to the matter and what, how we need to present that, and any potential consultation if required. So I will be coming back with a process and advice on that in the next month.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. That's really good to hear. Cheers.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? I don't see anybody indicating anything. In which case, I'm happy to move the recommendation that we receive the information in the elected members' update report. Do I have a seconder?
I'm second.
Sam and Jimmy.
So Sam, yep, thank you. So moved by myself, seconded by Sam. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Aye. That's carried. Thank you. And thank you to the team from Te Kaha for the report and for the presentation. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we move to item 22, the request for drawdown of funds for major cycleway Heathcote Expressway, Section 2, Tannery to Martindales. So we've got Donald Hanrahan and Lynette Ellis, both attending, as I understand it, by Zoom. So I'll hand over to staff for any opening remarks on the report, and then we'll move to questions. Thank you.
Tato. I will do a very quick introduction, as I'm sure there's lots of questions to answer on this. But I'll introduce, for those of you who don't know, Donald is online, I think. I can't see him.
Yes.
Yep, great. Donald's online. So he's the project manager for the project. So we'll be able to answer a lot more of the detailed questions that I'm sure you'll have. Look, just to summarise really quickly for you all, when we were undertaking our application for shovel-ready projects, we got asked very quickly to add a few projects to it. What else did we have that was shovel-ready in sense of having approvals and that we could move forward to the shovel-ready program? This was one of the projects, and at the time we had a very short period to turn the application around. So what we did as staff was we utilised the existing figures from the LTP at the time, which was 8.6 million. We undertook a due diligence process in conjunction with Otakaro at the time, and it showed that we were going to be closer to 11 million to actually build the route. Now, something to bear in mind, and Donald can talk to a bit of the detail, but something to bear in mind is even at 11 million, we are looking at similar costs per kilometre to build as we have for all of our other cycleways, which are coming in between 3 and 4 million a kilometre. Big numbers, sorry. So we undertook that due diligence. The Crown still funded us at the 8.2 million, which was minus the costs that had already been expended. And one of the conditions on the shovel-ready funding was that we had at program level contingency available to address any unforeseens. Well, in this project, it wasn't entirely unforeseen. So we put $3 million on budget as part of the LTP at program level. We've talked through the finance performance meetings in the past about how we will request your sign off as committee to draw down those funds should we need it. Now, the team have been working really hard to try and pull this project in closer to budget, and it hasn't worked. It's very technically complex. We've had to get through quite a lot of consenting, some more public consultation, especially around Kumna Terrace, finalising that and the details of that. And of course, we're working with, as we've heard earlier in the meeting, working with Kiwi Rail on Scrutton's crossing. We've so we've had some concerns today, and we've had some questions, particularly from Councillor Chen and Councillor Johansson. I really like to, I'll just talk very briefly, and then I will hand over to Donald for a couple of minutes to talk to some of the detail against those questions. With regard to design changes, there haven't been fundamental design changes to the design of the cycleway from what was approved. What we've got is some changes or some increased work that have had to be done in order to meet our consent requirements. Increased length of the boardwalk, increased volumes in areas of planting, particularly to recreate habitat that we want to achieve through the consenting, and of course we've got increased cost requirements around Kiwi rail crossing requirements. The other one we've heard, Councillor Chen, very much is your concern around shifting contingency budget from one project to another. This is not changing the overall budget. Please be aware this is not changing the overall budget of the project. We are not taking any money out of South Express. It still has its full budget that it had. We had this money sitting additional at extra, and Donald can talk to the detail of what we've done around South Express in particular. And we've highlighted in the report, there is still a risk that we may have to come back and say on one of the other projects and say, well, we took it out of the wrong project. When we were setting up this contingency fund in the LTP, we had quite a discussion about whether to put it together as one contingency fund for all of the shovel-ready projects, or put it against each route. We felt at the time it was more transparent to put it against each route, so we did that as part of the LTP. The contingency is there across all of the routes for all of the shovel-ready projects. So the other routes that are being funded through shovel-ready have still got their contingencies as well. Donald can talk to the details of. So Donald, can you talk to the detail of those design changes and the contingency, and then we'll pass over for questions.
Yeah, seconds there, just turn on my video.
There you go.
There we go. How are we doing? So prior to actually deciding where we were taking the budget from, I'm the project manager for South Express as well. So to take the contingency away in probably November, December, we did a full re-estimate of South Express. This is after the two contracts which bring us out to High Waterloo intersection had been awarded. So that's the largest portion of the works. And we are still coming in under our 20.2 million of shovel-ready funding. And as part of that, we have done some significant investigation works at that stage on the two contracts. We'd identified some services that needed to be relocated, minor ones. We've done significant coal tar testing. We've allowed contingency that varies between 10 and 50% on different elements of the work. Don't obviously want to go into details on the financial numbers, but it is still coming in under that 20 million budget that we have from the shovel ready. So I think we're pretty well covered on South Express with the shovel ready funding that's there. So I think we're fairly good with that one. On the design changes, so obviously there's the Kiwi rail one, which everyone's aware of, around the planting. So originally we were running down beside the river for most of the way, and now we've moved away from the river through Kenaway Reserve for various reasons, some of them being ecological and just it's better to get it back from the river, and that was the preference from a consenting point of view. It also offers a bit better protection against some flooding incidents that are expected to happen down there in heavy rain and at king tides. So all in all, it was a better choice to move it away, but this has led to some more planting. We have to reinstate. We had planned on building what was on top of what was already a established track there, but now we have to reinstate that track. Also with the ecological side of things, we have found lizards down there. And as part of the dock permit, we needed to create a certain amount of lizard habitat. So we're using that area to create some of this habitat. All in all, it's probably over 2,000 square meters of additional planting we're doing, which we hadn't allowed for originally, which ended up being more expensive because a lot of it's through contaminated area. So every time we have to dig out for a tree pit, we end up having to dispose of contaminated material. The boardwalks, the increased costs in there, some of it's related to increased lengths of the boardwalks, and some of it's related, we've allowed contingency in there for increased costs as well of materials, and that covers the few little bridge structures we have to do down on the tunnel road section of the works as well. And the other significant item that's cropped up as part of our investigation works was we did some service location on Cumnor Terrace, and with keeping Cumnor Terrace two-way and the removal of the footpath, we will have to relocate some Orion cables, which is a large sum of money between Orion and they require traffic management. So that wasn't allowed for in the original thing. So they're the main items which have led to the cost increases.
All right, thank you for that. So we're happy to move to questions now?
Yes.
Thank you. So just on the South Express, so Resolution 2C, it's comforting to hear, Donald, that you've also got delivery responsibility for South Express, so you're close to that project and you know it. The drawdown of the 2 million from Programme 1980, Major Cycleway South Express, in Resolution 2C, the advice we're getting is that that doesn't affect our ability to deliver South Express as planned and as expected.
Yes, it's looking like we won't need that contingency to deliver South Express.
So there's nothing about that resolution that affects our ability to deliver South Express?
No. We still have significant contingency within our current budget for South Express.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'll go to Jimmy and then Jake. Thank you. Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair. Donna, I just want to ask you, you particularly mentioned earlier regarding to the major cycle route, South Express, total $20 million. But even based on today, the Finance Performance Committee meeting, the Section 1 is $9.2 million. Section 2, Buchanan to Craven, is $15.5 million. Even these two sections, if we add it together, is $23.7 million. So when become the $20 million?
So the $20 million is for Section 2 and Section 1 and Section 2. Is that correct, Donald?
Yeah, so the $20 million I'm referring to is the shovel-ready funding, and the cost to complete we've done ignored the prior spent costs. So it was just from this point now when we did it to completion. So yes, there was approximately 2 million, I think it was 2 million of already costs.
3.7, it's a 3.7, am I right?
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. So when I'm talking about the 20 million, I'm just talking about the shovel-ready pot. What's been spent on CPMS already, what's already been spent prior to the shovel-ready agreement, isn't taken into account into that. So that was around design costs, scheme costs. That's already been covered.
Yes. So, Councillor, and while Section 1 is Section 1, or is it Section 3? The Blenheim Road section, the one from Blenheim Road out towards Upper Riccarton, that section is not funded through the shovel-ready funding. It is part of the shovel-ready projects, but it is part of the council co-funding and NZTA co-funding. So the 20.2 million applies to the bit from Upper Riccarton right out to Templeton.
Okay, but it's from Uprington to the Templeton. Actually, this covered the section 1 and the section 2.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Secondly, I still would like to ask, because community raised a particular concern. This, even you mentioned, is the contingency fee. Council still have a plenty of the contingency fee. Not any impact this major cycle route project. But I'm still, can you just answer my question clearly? We draw down today $2 million from this MCR South Express project to the cycleway project, Cchl Express Section 2, Canterbury to the Martindales. Is there any impact to the major cycle route, South Express project on budget, material purchase, cost escalation, and the progress? Can you just answer my question clearly?
So, Councillor, the request to draw down budget from the contingency for South Express to Heathgate today will not affect the South Express delivery. We have done an assessment and we are confident we have enough contingency to deliver that with what we've got. So it will not affect it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jake.
Hey, Lynette, earlier you mentioned you've gone through a design efficiency process to try and cut out any, try and save money where possible. If, given you've already gone through that process, if any councillors were of the view that going back and redesigning to make this cheaper was a possibility, can you just kind of outline how much that would cost and what kind of delay in financial terms that might add?
Got any ideas, Donald, on that one?
So look, it's quite a difficult one to redesign or reduce the scope. A lot of it is areas down the back of Kenaway Business Park, down the back of Ferrymead Park. There isn't much scope to redesign there. It's a track going from A to B. There isn't any real major redesign options. We have looked at some. We have done a little bit of redesign. We've looked at, incorporating other works with it, such as maintenance works, to get efficiencies there by doing the maintenance works while we're doing this. But yeah, we've done the minor changes, but there's not a whole lot we can do without removing scope from the project. And to remove scope, then we don't meet requirements of our shovel-ready agreement.
Sure. So it'd be pointless, essentially.
Yeah, I think also a lot of what's come at us has been a result of what we've agreed with our regulatory providers around, DOC and ECAN and others to get through the consenting. So we'd probably have to go back and start consenting again. So I can see the time and cost delay being reasonably significant.
Fantastic.
Best I can do today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tim.
Thank you. And really, with regards to this, we're between a rock and a hard place because there's been so much time spent on this. With regards to, I've just two questions. One is, what would have happened to these contingencies if they weren't needed? Because if this project didn't need them.
They would have been put back into they would have been released at year end when the projects were finished.
Okay.
Or when the whole shovel-ready program was finished.
So would it have had to have been handed back to the government?
No, this is not money to hand back to the government. Okay. This is council money as part of the LTP.
Okay, so that's not shovel-ready.
It's the shovel-ready funding agreement that we had a condition that said council had to put some money on budget at program level in order to cover unforeseen cost escalations, I suppose. Yeah. Unforeseen conditions.
Okay.
To ensure the project could keep moving. Sorry, Councillor.
No, thank you. I guess the second one, and it's the more awkward one in the sense that I'm just confused because it's kind of like the success of the cycleways, the major cycleways, is for people to get to work, and it's working. But we've got problems now with families wanting to bike in their neighbourhoods and to schools, etc. So I guess that's the next thing, and so maybe I would have hoped that this type of thing, that these contingencies would have been used for that, and maybe that's a discussion for us at some stage. But yeah, it's I guess that's something to look at. If we've got contingencies in the future, then certainly that's something that perhaps we should look at. Maybe, Dawn, that's a question to put to you and your staff and come back to us.
So I'm happy to do that, Councillor Scandrett, but and it's not a but, it's an and, sorry. In reality, we would need to look at the whole position on contingency and what the preference is for elected members as well. So there's a much wider debate, but this is a very specific issue today in terms of the relationship both with the shovel-ready funding and how it had to be accounted for in terms of contingency.
Thank you.
It's a wider issue you've raised. I'm happy to come back as we go back through our debating on the way we handle the capital programme.
Thank you.
Can I just add though as well, don't forget we do have a local cycle network program that you have signed up to as part of the LTP that is being developed and will be worked through over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the key things now that's being raised by our communities is issues around travel in their communities rather than main roads. And the main roads are bad enough, but yeah, anyway, so it's certainly going to be raising its head and be an issue in the next 12 months.
We're planning for that too.
Understood. That's all good. So I've got Phil and then Mike. Phil.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I've got a couple of questions. The South Express thing, has that actually been awarded the two stages of that?
65% of South Express has been awarded to date. Yep. Getting close to.
So there's still an outside chance that, well, you say you think you hope you have got enough contingency if the next one goes over?
There is, but we have allowed significant contingency. We've allowed contingency to offset inflation based on recent experience. And to date, our engineers' estimates and the tendered values were very, very close. So I'm pretty confident that we're right.
Okay, thank you. So that's that 2 mil. Now, just 2 million, I should say. The 3 million from it says Heathcote Express. So that's from the bit that's already built. Is that 3 million left over from that bit? Where did that?
No. So this is the contingency. When Section 2 got accepted as a shovel-ready project, we did our due diligence and it showed that it was going to cost more than the 8 million we anticipated, closer to 11. We were hopeful then that we would be able to work it back closer towards the 8, but we, as part of the LTP process, we put $3 million on budget, contingency on budget at the program level for Heathcote as part of the LTP, as the conditions of the funding agreement require us.
So that 3 million is already allocated to this particular job. Okay. So, just going back, what was the trigger to build an MCR to go somewhere way back in the day? What I can't understand is, and I'm certainly not getting stuck into the people in Heathcote because my son lives there, but that I can understand an MCR going to Cashmere, Northwood, the university, Rolleston, Sumner, all of those places, because there's lots of people there, especially Horswell with lots of growth. But to go to I'm not sure there's a lot of people, mind you, Mr. Calvert would be happy, that want to just cycle to the Valley Inn.
I can't go through.
What was the reason to put one there? I wasn't here.
Look, I haven't got. I probably can't go into the detail without tripping everybody up, but the whole of the network, this is consistent with the network that was signed off at the strategic level by council. So we put a strategic case up to NZTA, which was where we got our BCR level for the network of 8, a benefit of 8 to every dollar spent, $8 for every dollar spent. So that was the economics came through, and the strategic level the strategic case was put forward to NZTA and council here and signed off. There are still a lot of people that cycle in that way. There's a big catchment of people that picks up. It also picks up the western, I've got my directions right, western side of the Tunnel Road and all of that area. So it's a big catchment that it is picking up. And don't forget, it comes all the way through town and picks up catchment all the way through.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just thinking about...
Point of order, Mr. Chair, can we please make sure that the questions are in scope? Because I'm not sure that these questions are in scope.
It's a good point, Pauline, and we do need to remember that the decision that we're making this afternoon is around the cost escalation and the funding. It's not going back to the fundamentals of the networks and the design, except for the design changes, obviously, that have been noted. So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm certainly keeping a very close ear on the type of questions that have been asked, but thank you.
No, fair comment, Andrew. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to get a bit of background on why it actually happened in the first place. The cost for the Scruttons Road crossing seems quite high. Lynette, obviously we can't go and tell Kiwi Rail to go and jump in the lake because they're not playing ball with us, because as we all know, this cycleway doesn't actually cross the railway line. They're just making us put in a crossing, which is very expensive.
That's correct. Well,
sorry, what I'm saying.
Let me reframe that. Let me reframe that. Sorry. There has been so with Kiwi Rail, there's been an LCISA done. That acronym's terrible, but I don't even know what it means. But it is effectively a level crossing risk assessment process that Kiwi Rail goes through. That has been completed. That suggested we needed to do chicanes or a maze because it was a low volume of traffic. You jump in if I'm incorrect, Donald.
If you want, I'll go through that.
You go.
Yeah. So basically, the LCSIA was done, I think it was in 2019 or early 2020. It's suggested that because of the low volume, that a maze would be sufficient. That's what we used for our estimate. Kiwi, even though Kiwi Rail's requirement for double tracks is technically gates, the LCSIA recommended a maze just due to the isolated nature of the area. It's not like a busy central area. So yeah, that's what we went with. I think it was in mid-2020, Kiwi Rail rejected the LCSIA and insisted on gates, which is how we've got to where we are now.
So what I'm getting at, when you say traffic, you're talking train traffic or vehicle car traffic?
Car traffic, basically. It's a dead-end road. There's 3 or 4 properties up the other end of that road. So
it's bikes and pedestrians and cars.
No, because we built Scruttons Road years ago, and you're right, Donald. There's only 2.5 houses up there, and I'd be surprised if there was any more than 10 cars, 6 cars a day that go over that crossing. So what my question was, sorry, Lynette, was why don't we just tell Kiwi Rail to go and take a running jump, because they're not helping us in any direction anywhere else. That's what I've heard about all this morning. Why don't we just go and do it and say, come and have a crack at us later?
Well, it's not being a good community member, and we are trying to build in the corridor on the land.
Okay, fair enough.
There's a bit of a trade-off on that.
No, the rest of my stuff, Andrew, will be in debate. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Mike next.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. So actually you sort of clarified it before. When the rail crosses the road, it's actually Kiwi Rail's property, not our property. So we're a little bit stuck there. The other thing is, I noted in section 10, when you talk about the risk, there's obviously a risk to the project, that the government may withdraw the shovel-ready funding if we say no to this decision. Is there also a risk, I guess, to other shovel-ready funded programs, even if it's a small risk?
I suppose technically, as the MCRs are funded as one shovel-ready project, there is a very small risk. I think it would be extremely unlikely that they could.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Dawn, you're indicating you wanted to make some comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really just for clarity for elected members in relation to the recommendations. First and foremost, 2A, you've already gone through that through the LTP process, and it was assigned as a contingency to this project. But you're seeing all three elements quite rightly, because we want to be completely transparent about the costs in relation to this project. But fundamentally, 2A, you've already agreed as part of the LTP. So the number sounds big, but we've already planned for it. The team worked really hard to try and bring it back, but you understand the circumstances that have been described. So I just wanted to reinforce that message to you. But this is about, we're living the aspect of being really clear about what's happening in the capital programme, so governors have full sight. I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Thank you. So I've got Yanni, Leanne and Aaron. Yanni.
Cool, thanks. So one of the reasons I understand that there's been an increased cost is because the developer, there's been some sort of agreement with the developer around redesign. So I'm just trying to find the section in the report that mentions that. But I was just really interested to kind of understand what discussions have been held with the developer, what the extra cost has been put onto us, and more importantly, why that's seen as fair given the agreements we've already had with the developer previously around letting them off the hook for a huge amount of money to address the cycle and pedestrian safety along this corridor.
Yeah. So in 2016, when this was originally proposed, the scheme design went out. The developer has an encumbrance over a section of that area, and they have their haul road there. They asked us at that time to make some changes, which pushed the cycleway in through the trees, and it had to wind through trees down there, which isn't an ideal situation from the trees perspective, because you've got to build something in the middle of them, and also from numerous other reasons, from constructability, safety issues. So when we got back to actually shovel ready was announced, this was looked at. We went back because we found out it was a new owner of the development. We went back to them, asked them, do they still want this weaving through the trees, or would they be happy with us going back to our original scheme design, which keeps it in a nice straight line well away from the trees? They said they didn't really care. They were quite happy with it to go back on its original preferred alignment. So that's what we've done. So, but as part of that, then we have to do, that also gave us the opportunity to do the planting and create the habitat for the lizards, which we needed to do for the dock permits.
So it's not because of the consent and the development?
No, it's just an opportunity we had to go back and rediscuss, work with the developer. So we went back to them with our preferred option, which was the straight track.
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand why that's led to the increase in cost.
It's the consenting requirements around the additional planting there that's the increased cost, not the nothing to do with the development. So we're putting a path in, and so we're also putting in additional planting to increase habitat, and additional planting to help manage high water levels.
Okay, so am I clear in thinking that the Orion cables that are being relocated are the same ones that the developer paid to be undergrounded in 2014, when the staff recommended that we enable the developer, instead of building a safe cycleway through here, that they could just underground a few of the power poles.
I'm sorry, Councillor, we haven't. We've been working closely with this developer, but we haven't delved into his consents or what was required of that.
The Orion cables we're moving are on the section of Cumnor Terrace between the Tannery and Chapman's Road. I'm not aware of where the developer undergrounded cables, but those ones, looking at the condition of the curb there and the existing road surface, it was done well before 2014.
Okay, so we're not digging up along Cumnor Terrace between Chapman's Road and Monsell Street.
Yes, that's where we're doing the removing the cables, but I'm not aware that they were moved recently or there was undergrounding done there recently. I can look into it.
Yeah, it was 2014. So the consent requirement for the developer was to provide, recognising the heavy vehicles that were going to be increased using that road, was to create a safer pedestrian cycling corridor. It came to the community board, and the staff advice was in agreement with the developer to remove parking on one side, put yellow lines down, and put some undergrounding in to get the footpath on that south side, I guess.
Yeah.
So
I'll look into it.
Just trying to understand how much of that work are we undoing with the decision that we're going to make around the increased costs today?
So none, because you've already made the decision around the design. So that decision's already been made. What we've found out, so you've already made the decision, as Dawn pointed out before, around 2A, around section 2. The design's already done. We've not fundamentally changed the design. These questions were really back then.
Also, why wasn't the Orion stuff picked up way back then? Why is it only
The Orion, so this has come to light, but it doesn't change the design. So we've gone back and we've taken it. The undergrounding needs to occur to support maintaining two-way access along this section of Cumnor Terrace, correct?
Yeah.
And that's what came back to the board and then to UDAT. When did we go back on that decision? Last year?
Mid last year.
So again, I think it's important that we focus on the design changes that are the subject of the cost escalation, which we've heard are not fundamental and are minor, and on the cost escalation itself and the drawdown of programme funds to cover that, rather than on matters of design, which were the subject of earlier decisions.
So I'm just looking at 4.11.2. During detailed design, Cumnor Terrace on-site service investigation was carried. Investigation undertaken in 2021 indicated existing Orion 11 kV cables along Cumnor Terrace would need to be relocated to the other side of the road. And then it's got the attachment
in order to
D.
enable the design.
So
it is part of why our cost is escalated, but we still have to shift the cables in order to enact the decision that you made, that was made to roll with this design.
Right.
If we don't shift the cables, we can't do the design.
And why can't we do the design with the cables where they currently are?
Because with the removal of the footpath on the southern side, we're reducing the cover on the cables, so reducing the depth of them, because we have to get the crossfall for the drainage, and basically the cables are then too shallow. So we have the opportunity to either lower them or relocate them, and it's just the preferred option is relocating, because with the removal of the footpath, the cables would be out in the road, which isn't ideal from Orion's point of view.
Right. And obviously Orion won't pay for that. They've confirmed that they won't. They don't see them paying for it, and the developers can confirm that they won't pay for it either.
This has nothing to do with the developers, though.
Oh, sorry. I'll send the 2014 thing around again. So there was an agreement with the developer that council worked through around undergrounding to get them off the hook for what was probably going to be a very expensive mitigation to make this a safer place for cyclists and pedestrians. So they might not legally have like a responsibility, but I would have thought that one of the conversations should be with the developer. And I put this, the other thing I put through was in regards to that development, obviously there's possibly some development contributions coming in. Are we able to do what we can do, as I understand it, is look at a development agreement to offset some of those DCs to put them back into funding the improvements that are needed here?
I'm not the expert on DCs here, I'm afraid. I would have to get, I don't know whether Jane's still on, but or knows that one, but yes, she pops up.
Jane
do you know
is
about
still here. Jane, do you have any comments on that?
I can't see how we would be able to collect DCs and on this one, but we will have a look at that. So one of the things that Annette probably hasn't covered yet is that while we're asking for this drawdown, we will still do everything we can to minimise the costs. So we will go and have another conversation with the developer to see if we can do some cost sharing, but I'm not optimistic that that's going to happen. We'll look at the DCs and the team will continue to look at any potential savings as we go through the project and through construction. So it doesn't need a resolution on that, but we will add that to the list of things that we will do to try and keep the costs down.
And you'll also look at this 2014 decision that Yanni's referring to and see what any implication of that might be as you are considering how you deal with the developer.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, just in terms of the trenching though, I just where it's being proposed to go on the north side of the road, is that all consented? Because that seems pretty full on in terms of consenting as well around, you know, if you need to dig up the road, is that because it's going under the new cycleway, is it? So it's covered in our consent. We don't need to worry about additional consent.
No, it's covered by our consent.
Right. Okay. And then I was just trying to understand too, like, I mean, obviously the resource consent is pretty sad when you read about the ecological impact that this route has, and there's a number of concerns raised. But one of the more poignant concerns raised was around the fact that the route didn't really take into account sea level rise or coastal erosion, and it didn't look. This was from the Shedbolt. Mr. Shedbolt raised concern with potential cumulative ecological effects, taking into account sea level rise. And he goes on to say there does not seem to be any account taken in.
Is this question relevant to the matter that's in front of us today, Yanni?
Well, what I was, because staff have said that obviously there needs to be more money to address some of the ecological impacts. What I'm trying to understand is what assessment has been done about sea level rise, coastal erosion, and the impact that that would have on what's been proposed with the new design, because obviously we've heard that there's been some design tweaks as we've gone through.
Yeah, we have looked at, I have to look back over the documents, but we have looked at projected sea level rise and where that will bring us, where that will end up on the path and how often it will likely happen. But I couldn't comment on it without having the numbers in front of me. But the moving of the path in Kennaway Reserve, which was the lowest point of the path, we're moving it back from the river. We're gaining a little bit of elevation there, so that has had a significant positive impact on that.
Right. Okay.
All right. Thank you. So, Leanne, now I'll come to you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to turn my video on. It's just not good. I just wanted to question, because I think there needs to be something added to the recommendations, picking up on Phil's point and probably Yanni's as well. and that is that there needs to be, request staff, the mayor, whoever, to approach other entities for contribution towards the cost, the additional costs. And, without spelling out who they are, I've got a view on Kiwi Rail. I had reached out to the former chair of Kiwi Rail prior to her stepping down, and she was all ready to meet with me, but we received that there was correspondence between the two chief executives. And the new chair, I'll reach out to him when I'm back at work. But I think that it's pretty fundamental that we acknowledge that in this particular instance, this was thrown into the shovel-ready projects it was thrown into the shovel-ready projects after the fact. And I suppose my question is this still more than we would have got if we'd just had a 50-50 split with Whakakotahi? Are we getting more from the government through the shovel-ready project than we would get for a major cycleway route?
Yes, we are. So it's over 50%, even with this additional funding.
But it's nowhere near as much as we thought it was. So I think we've got a reasonable case to go to government for additional funding, and I think that that should be a recommendation that's included in the recommendations that we consider today.
So we're just getting something put up now alongside request the mayor to approach other request the mayor.
Well, not just mayor, no, and staff. I mean, I
so we've got request the mayor
and the chief executive. Mayor and the chief executive to approach, because I don't want to name names, but there's going to be more than one that we'll approach.
Yep, for a contribution towards the additional costs. So request the mayor and the chief executive to approach other entities for a contribution towards the additional costs. So that's showing as an additional resolution 3 now. Great, thank you. Leanne, nothing further?
No, thanks.
All right, thank you. Aaron.
Thanks, Andrew. A couple of questions. Going back at being a shovel ready, what was the definition of shovel ready? I thought they were meant to finished by now because we're 2 years on.
No, they had to start within 12 months.
Oh, right. So that'll be a new definition if you look up shovel ready. Normally ready to go. That's like it sounds. Shovel.
All right. We've got the answer to the question. Did you have something further?
Yeah. I know that doesn't really matter. But the counters, we had. Some of us received an email, or maybe everyone did, from a chap from the university who was dubious of the amount being spent on this cycleway originally. And he went down and did some cycle counts. And he's been back since. And his peak hour counts on that cycleway are like 6 an hour. Have we done counts?
Yep.
And what are they?
Oh, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, sorry. That was around the design. We did them all and reported that when we reported the design.
Right, yeah, because he was, obviously.
So again, focusing on matters that are subject of the paper that's in front of us today and the decision that we've been asked to make today, that would have been in scope for the design, not for today's funding issue.
Yeah, sorry, Andrew, it's just some ratepayers get a bit upset when they see several $1 million being spent for a handful of people. Making. So that's what he was raising in his email.
Understood.
Okay. Yeah. So those counts are. So then the other one on counts is once the cycleway opens, so we can go out to the public with confidence and say, hey, look, these are open, they are successful, these are the numbers, and I know that we're doing it to save the planet. So the commuter cyclists are the real numbers we're after. The recreational cyclist doesn't reduce carbon, makes people healthier, which is a good thing, but it's not reducing carbon. You're going for a bike ride for fun. You're not swapping your journeys. So what are we counting that? And when we open a cycleway like this and spend, millions of dollars, we can then go back to the public and say, yep, we have this many people now commuting from this area, whereas beforehand only this many people commuted. What do we have numbers we can pin to the board and show people?
Yep, we do. We're required on all of our cycleway program has got a monitoring program that goes in afterwards. So there's static counters that are in there counting all the time, and that all of that information is up online on all of the completed ones.
So do we set measurable targets?
Yeah, there's targets. There's target usage rates set in the business case that was set up and the economics that was set up for it. So again, it was all covered off in the designs.
Yep.
Okay, I think it'd be good to be more transparent with the public on that, so then we can say to them, look, this much was spent and we met this target. This is the number here. This is what it was.
I need.
All right, thank you. So I've now got Yanni, Jimmy and Mike, all of whom have previously asked questions. You've got further questions, have you? I'll come to Mike first.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. And Leanne was actually touched on what I was going to talk about, and I don't think it was actually included in the resolution, and that's actually seeking co-funding with Waka Kotahi on the additional funding requirements.
We will approach them, yes.
Yeah, I just think it needs to be recorded in the resolutions, make it very clear. Is there any possibility of additional shovel-ready money, or is that no opportunity there?
We can approach them.
So I think we should do that as well. The other thing, and I guess it's just getting some clarity on Aaron's comments, and he's talking about 6 people using the cycleway. Obviously, the decision we're making means we haven't actually built the cycleway, have we?
We haven't. No, we haven't. So okay. What's counted out there, like all of our cycleways, is there's no facility there. So
yeah, which it could be a reason why we don't have many people biking. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you. Chair, one more question, Donna or Lene. The intersection of Gilbert South, Waterloo, and also Parkers Road, this is one of the major cycle route, the South Express cycleway facility. I just want to know, because this is part of major cycle route cycleway facility, so you answer my question, no any impact regarding to this $2 million transfer. But when, because of the community, Hornby community resident particular concern, those are like a cyclist, the crossing, pedestrian crossing, traffic crossing, the safety issue, whether there's a part of our budget already or not, and also when this intersection, will be resolved and also report to the community board.
Councillor, as we discussed earlier in the meeting, I'll ask Donal and the project team to do an update to the community board on the timeframes.
Yes.
On the detail of the breakdown of the timeframes, as Richard alluded to earlier.
Yes.
It is included.
Yes.
The cost implications in
yes.
the using my words. The cost implications for the Gilberthorpe to Parker Street intersection is included in our planning for South Express.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you. So, Yanni, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. So, like, just in regards to the budgets, if we wanted to build it within the existing budget, accepting that we've put the additional one in 2A on budget already, could we, as we've done with some of the other cycle roads, stage the final section to a later date? So how could we do that? Because obviously the Kiwi Rail stuff, it'd be good to have a process to work that through. That's probably the biggest cost increase. Certainly one of the biggest cost increases. So are we able to park that section and use the existing budget to deliver what we've already got?
Yes, you still have to have a commitment to deliver the other section in order to make sure you retain your shovel-ready funding. That is the biggest risk in this. We could cut it back or stage it, but you still have to have the budget at some point. The longer we take to build this, the more it'll cost, as we're learning every day.
Yeah. And do you have a sense of how much cost of the new cost is attributed to the other side of Tunnel Road versus on the
other side? All I can say is that something in the order of 30-odd% is attributable to the crossing costs.
Right.
All right, thank you. So I've got Aaron and then back to Phil. Aaron.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I did have one more, but now
sure.
I'm a little confused. So I've kind of got two more because before Mike said that the cycleway is not built yet. So when does the Cumnor Terrace section get built?
We haven't let a tender yet. So Cumnor Terrace is built along to Garland's Road, and it's the Cumnor Terrace section from Garland's Road towards Heathcote that hasn't been built, and we haven't awarded a tender yet.
So some of Cumnor Terrace is built?
Yes, north of Garland Road.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because that's the bit that guy was doing his rogue surveys, was along there. So because that's what he put in it. You see Cumnor Terrace. But that aside, so it is built. I was a little confused. And then the other one is in the paper under the alternate options. And I know Jake was keen on this earlier. He said under the alternate options, it said that if we went for keeping it within scope, that would have to give money back. How do we know that?
Sorry?
Under the alternate options.
Yeah.
It said that if we go with the alternate option, we would have to
reducing scope
give money back. Do we know that for sure? This is not recommended, as doing so would require funding received under the shovel-ready agreement to be refunded.
Yes. So the agreement from the funding agreement that we signed up to for the shovel-ready projects define the scope of what has to be delivered, and it's the outcome base that needs to be delivered, and hence we were required to have some contingency on program in order to cover unforeseens to ensure that we could deliver the scope that was delivered. So yes, it's a very real opportunity if you cut the scope back that we will have to pay back what we've been paid to shovel ready, and we won't get the 8 million.
So we had that conversation with them, and they've confirmed that. Right, even if you're spending it on what you said you'd spend it on, just the prices have gone up, they'd still ask for the money back. Right.
Yes, because they are asking us to deliver from the tannery to Martindale's. That's what we signed up to do.
Well, okay, thank you. That's pretty mean, but yeah.
All right, thank you. So I've now got Phil and Mike. I'm keen to move this along. So Phil and Mike, and maybe that'll be the end of questions at that point. So Phil next.
Fair enough. Sorry, it won't be long. So just going back to what Tim said, Lynette, if we've got surplus contingency money, we don't have to give, I'm sure I heard this right, we don't have to give it back to the government. It is ours to do what we like with.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Mike.
I'm just happy to move it.
Right, okay. So Mike will move and Pauline will second.
I'd like to see the third para, please, the new resolution.
Yep. So we've got a screen been shared in front of us now. So I'm assuming everybody can see that.
Can you change the wording for a contribution towards the additional cost to fund the additional costs? And I mean, that doesn't mean that it's not a contribution, but I just think that we should be pretty blunt about why we've got to where we've got to.
So request the Mayor and the Chief Executive to approach other entities, including but not limited to Waka Kotahi, to fund the additional costs, is what we've got now. Yep.
Thank you.
Great. And I'm assuming the mover and seconder are happy with that change.
Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Right.
All right. So now moving into debate. So if I can have the screen with everybody on it back in front of me again, please, so I can see who's signalling they want to speak. That's great. Thank you. So I've got Phil, Yanni, and then Jimmy. Phil.
Yep. So this, in my view, this is the only reason that I think this has come to where we've got to at the moment is it's not about the cycleway. It was the way I felt that it was quietly getting into PX, and I'm very happy that this is out there and we're having a discussion so everyone can see it. And going forward, I would relish the thought that the stadium has the same amount of scrutiny going on it. I'm still not quite sure what I'm going to do as far as going with it or against it. I'm still weighing that up, but it seems one hell of a lot of money, especially when I can't understand that some projects have had the QS has gone in with a price and he's so high, say this Southern Express, and it's got surplus of 2 million, but then they're absolutely so low on this one. I understand, of course, that the railway crossing is very expensive for a cycleway that doesn't actually cross the railway line. That seems a bit daft to me. But so all I'm saying is that I'm pleased we've had this discussion out in the open, because then the public can see what is going on. So thank you.
Thank you. Yanni.
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to ask if the additional resolution could ask staff to investigate the use of a development agreement with the developer.
That's a further question, and we're now in debate, but you'll recall...
Oh, sorry, I had my hand up when it got put on the screen, so...
Right.
I'm happy to move. I'm happy to just signal moving an amendment to do that.
All right,
I don't think it's a big deal. It's just asking for the advice.
Resolution covers that.
You recall what we heard before was that all steps would be taken to realise any additional funding so that we didn't need to draw down everything that we're dealing with today. And you'll recall I asked the question around dealing with the developer and taking into account your 2014 resolution that you've been referencing, and the answer to all of that from Jane was yes. So I think we can be confident it's going to happen.
Oh, cool. I mean, if I just quickly speak to it, I think this shows that we've still got a lot of lessons to learn as a council. It was really clear at the time that plan change was approved and that development was going in, that the increase in traffic and particularly heavy vehicles going through here was going to have a negative impact on the ability for people to walk and cycle in this area. So that, coupled with the requirement in the district plan that the developer should actually have to provide the upgrade, because it was based on the increased traffic in the area, it was attributed to them, was something that unfortunately didn't get taken up, and instead we got a substandard, what in my view was a substandard decision by the community board to enable some undergrounding and some yellow lines to remove parking, and still had the fundamental problem of not having good and safe cycling through this area. It seems a real shame that when people underground, they don't put it in shallow enough to enable the street to change in the future without being moved to the other side of the road. So I'm still struggling to understand how that has gone so wrong. And this was recent. This was 2014. This isn't going 20, 30 years ago. This was relatively recent where these things were approved. What's really clear, though, in my mind for this particular route is that there are serious concerns around the ecology, the bird life, and the impact of sea level rise and climate change on on the proposal that cuts through this very narrow corner into the Kinaway development. I'm really concerned at the loss of trees, mature trees, the impact on the bird life, and some of the bird life, which does actually include threatened species. So I just don't believe that this is the right design. And, you know, I think we're paying the cost of that now for the increased cost that we're facing to try and mitigate some of those issues, if we can even do that. I accept that the decision on the route has been made. I accept that there is a fund that has been put in, and I'm happy to recognise that. But I am going to abstain on the other two, B and C, because I don't believe that it's acceptable to be adding this money to this project without reconsidering the design elements of it, whether it's staging it, whether it's not doing the Kiwi Rail work with the significant costs that's been forced upon us by Kiwi Rail. And I think it would be much better to build it within the existing budget that we currently have, and then look at what we do in terms of that additional funding. So I won't be supporting those two additional resolutions today, but I hope that we can also get a lessons learnt project, a closeout report on this, because for those of us who also thought it was a bit silly to look at one-weighing it, how much time did we waste as part of that process that has led to more delay and more cost? And, you know, we've ultimately ended up keeping it as two-way, which some of us predicted would be the outcome from the start. Thank you.
Jimmy Chen.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I do appreciate this is open meeting. You know, give the also through the live stream, give the community residents, you know, that they are fully, you know, understand how the process. In the beginning, you know, through the Q&A, even I support this project, but I'm reluctant to support the 2C because while during the Q&A, I emphasize the southwest major cycle route still under taking, still underway, not yet completed, still quite a few the uncertainty, the issues, you know, and particular concern whether those budget is sufficient to meet those the project the needs. But based on the staff answer, give me more confidence. Also, this live stream, the community and the resident, they are fully understand, you know, no any impact. This the 2 million contingency fee transfer from the current those major cycle route, the cycleway, the South Express to the least new project. No any the impact. Also, the staff answer my question. Particular the community is not against those major cycleway. Their particular concern is need to improve those traffic, those safety, those cyclists, those petition crossing the safety issue, the infrastructure facility. That's why I ask the staff in the intersection of the Gilbert Thorpe's, Waterloo, Parkers Road, Murphy Street, the improvement. There's the long awaited, almost 2 years, you know. But I'm happy, acceptable the staff were presented to the community board, you know, the soon, and also the budget already commitment under current major cycle route, the cycleway, the budget. So in this kind of situation, I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauline.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think this has been a really interesting item today. We've actually wandered out of the scope a wee bit occasionally, but and we have put a high degree of scrutiny over the whole project. But I personally think we've crossed the line into micromanagement, and I think we do have to have faith in our staff and the cycleways team who are gathering historical successes in the way these cycleways are being delivered. And, you know, and they are being used and valued by the people of Christchurch. Incredibly, we're getting more and more and more positive comments every day. Look, I have to take an issue with Councillor Curran's comments about recreational cyclists do not reduce carbon. They certainly do, and particularly this one will, because if they're not going out on bike rides, they're probably jumping in the car and going somewhere else. So please keep that in mind, that these are cycleways that are actually offering options, really healthy options, and environmentally friendly options to get out and see and enjoy our fantastic city. So we're getting this project, so to date, we're getting over 50% of it paid for. And with this resolution that the Mayor has added, we have the opportunity to perhaps receive even more contribution, and I'm sure that we'll be successful in getting something. So please support this today. It's going to be an incredible benefit for Christchurch. And if you remember, the longer we leave this to let the staff get cracking on it, the more it will cost. So please support it today. I certainly will be. Kia ora.
Thank you. Is there any further debate before I come to Mike to close the debate? Aaron.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to raise a couple of points around this, and it's great that it is in the public domain. Not that the public will probably have confidence that the debate was that robust, but I'll raise a couple of points that some people do raise in the public. Yeah, we are getting money, and over half the money off the government, but that's still the public of Christchurch's money and the public of New Zealand's money. Sadly, it's borrowed money. It's not even money they've got sitting around. They're borrowing $100 million a day to pay for projects like this, which will affect people for generations to come. The original cycleways projects, which were put on 10 years ago, should have been delivered 5 years ago and on the original budget, which every household paid for. But at some point, the council flipped the lever and went to over-engineering, and the term's been thrown around, gold plating the standard. We should have gone for adequate and delivered safe, adequate cycleways and taken the people on the journey to get people out on bikes. And yes, there is an increase in cycling. There's a big increase in recreational cycling. I'd like to see more commuter numbers, but only time will tell. But, you know, a lot of you, I think, have actually created a division in the city between people that are pro-cycling and people that are not. And it's really unhealthy. We haven't taken the people of Christchurch in a whole on the journey to get into cycling. You've not made cycling cool or fun. You've made it some sort of aggressive activity, and you can see that by the comments and things that people put online around cycling, which is really, really disappointing, because I find cycling cool and fun. And it feels more like some of you are just building an empire to yourselves, that you'll be able to say in future years that, oh, that was us that did that, those. Whereas our resident surveys clearly say people want us to fix the roads and the footpaths, and they're happy to have cycleways, but they don't want this hierarchy of where the cycleway seems to be in sensational condition next to a road that's in crap condition. That just makes no sense. And so keep up the battle, keep forcing it down people's throats, but it is millions and millions of dollars over budget, and that is what upsets the public. And I know most of you don't want to hear that, and you'll sit in your own wee worlds with your cycle helmets on, not listening to the public, but the public have got a right to say and they are telling us, and I think we should ask the question about the cycleways in the residents' survey this year, and then let the residents speak. Thank you for listening, everyone.
Melanie and then Celeste. Melanie.
I wasn't going to debate, but that inspired me. I haven't got much to say, but cycling is cool and fun. Look, I just went to pick up my daughter, and there's this poor child trying to get across the road on his bike, and this is in Cashmere. But if there was cycleways everywhere, he wouldn't be fearing for his life trying to get across the road. Now, the cycleway needs to be completed. It's ridiculous that someone can't bike safely all the way through to Sumner. It's absolutely dangerous if anyone, only a really brave cyclist would bike along the road there. It's absolutely, it just is insane to not finish this off. And the funding, we've got the funding there, we've got the contingency there, and we know that this won't affect the expressway through Hornby. So I'm totally in support of this, and I'm in support of having safe cycling for everybody, including children, because we want our children to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Celeste.
Yes, like Councillor Kokoro, I was inspired by Aaron's speech. I also think cycleways are fun, but they're not only fun, they're basic infrastructure. It's about improving our transport networks. So, you know, at the moment, people are struggling with transport costs. And one of the few things that people can easily change in their budget is how they travel. So they can jump on a bus, they can jump on a bike. They probably can't afford to buy a ticket to the stadium. So, you know, we all know where taxpayer funded money's going. And I think it's a bit disingenuous to make comparisons with being frugal when we're sort of aware that we've got cost overruns in areas that we have effectively gold plated. So I think we just need to get on and get this done.
Thank you. Anne.
Kia ora. I want to be part of a forward, future thinking council. And what we're doing here is providing alternatives to the car that people can use in a safe and healthy way to get places. We all know, and the challenges now of the cost of living on people's lives, the cost of petrol and the insecurity of the supply. If we are a forward-thinking council, we would start to see the signs that we need to be adapting and changing. And the cycleways are a way that is proof that we are able to do that. So let's be that future-thinking council. Let's continue to pioneer and lead the way in the country. Let's not be mired down by those who are stuck in old-fashioned thinking. Let's move forward and provide healthy, safe alternatives to people so they don't have to be relying on costly modes of transport that are causing damage to the environment. Let's support this today.
Thank you. Sam?
Yeah, thank you. And look, I actually really enjoy these debates because it does, I guess, highlight a few of the differences we have around the table, which is completely fine. But I don't think this is so much about a cycleway as such, but actually a contribution from the council to a fund that was established by the government 2 years ago. I think Aaron made a really good point that actually the shovel ready yesterday was 2 years on from the first lockdown, and yet we still haven't quite delivered it. So look, I would have been comfortable with this, like we made a public call for last year, to actually deliver these within the budget provided by government. But I think tipping in from council is probably not something that actually the ratepayers of Christchurch are overly comfortable with at the moment. But look, just the other point, I think it's really useful that actually we can have these conversations in public. So I was only too thrilled that actually it could come to council.
Thank you. No further debate?
Yes, I've got my
Oh,
hand
Leanne,
up.
sorry, I didn't see you there. Thank you.
And as the person who raised this with the Chief Executive about the need to have it in public, I sort of thought that perhaps I should say a couple of words. I think it's important for everyone to remember that the purpose of the report is to seek approval for additional funding from project contingency funds that was set aside for the purpose of contingency. They were a condition of us joining in with the shovel ready project. So we already signed off on having a contingency for this. We already knew that we could commit ratepayer funds to these. The project has been tendered but can't be awarded without the approval of additional funds, which is why we must do this. Do I think we should meet the full cost of the additional cost? No, I don't. And that's because I think that there have been things that have changed. Staff have not been able to progress negotiations with Kiwi Rail to an extent that I would find an acceptable one for our city. And I think that, you know, there have been a number of things that have happened. But I think that the most important thing is that to get this project underway, you'll see from the paper itself that there's a large Three Waters project included in one of the tenders. And so when you think of the ability to multiply other bits of work together into one project, it actually makes good financial sense for us to do that rather than to contract separately for that. So I think that there are a number of reasons why this makes sense, and I think that it probably would have been sort of more, it would have been better, I think, if staff had included the contingency for the whole program as one single drawdown contingency rather than allocating to each one, because then I think Councillor Chen wouldn't have concerns that we were taking money from South Express when we're not. So, you know, but apart from that, I think that it's a reasonable case that the council bring to us. Of course, it had to be dealt with in the public arena, and I'm glad that it was.
Thank you. Mike, I'll come to you to close the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I think everyone would agree about the need to have this debated in public, and I think we're all probably surprised when we saw it published in the PX agenda. And this term council has significantly reduced the amounts of reports going into the public. So I would hate that the council gets tainted for, you know, that original decision of being in PX. It's ended up in the right place, and it's mostly been a good debate. I must admit I was pretty disappointed by the comments made by Councillor Q, and it's actually those are the comments that makes this divisive, not the comments where people are trying to encourage people to cycle and trying to invest in their safety and their future. So it's really important that we realise why we're trying to do this. And like the others, you know, I cycle a bit and it's fun and we all enjoy it, and the people that I meet while cycling love it too. For those who remember the consultation for this cycleway, I will recall how popular it actually was. There were no submissions received by people in Heathcote and Hillsborough that opposed this design. Once the cycleway is completed, it will connect children in Heathcote to their local high school in Linwood. Children in Heathcote, Hillsborough, Power will benefit from the cycleway, as well as people as far away from Littleton who have to drive or bus through the tunnel, then bike all the way into town on safer cycling infrastructure. And I think we need to remember cycleways not only lower emissions, they make people healthier and safer on our roads. A key aspect of securing the $72 million shovel-ready money for the MCR was the need to have a contingency, and for that contingency to be held at a program level, which we were all aware of and was in the report to us in September 2020. Quote, the co-funding will remain committed for the duration of the projects, and the contingency will need to be made available at a program level to ensure council's obligations under this agreement are achieved, unquote. The decision today does not increase the funding to the cycleway program, and it does not put the other cycleways at risk. We know this, and we know the reasons for the original increase from the 2016 high-level estimate, contaminated land, Kiwi rail, changes to Cumnor Terrace, and changes following consultation. Standard on most consultations are due on any project. We were informed of this and the increased cost, and it was reported to us through the Finance Performance Committee. This report clearly outlines why this project has increased in cost following the close of 10 years, including Kiwi rail once again, Cumnor Terrace of the Orion cables, the extension of a boardwalk, consenting requirements and costs, street lighting and fencing. Even with this decision, most of the funding that will be required will come from government, and this amount from rates potentially will be decreased by another 51% if Waka Kotahi co-fund the additional amount. Anyone that thinks that high-level infrastructure costing from 2016 that was used to secure $8.2 million of government funding should stay firm in 2022 are divorced from reality. We have clear information in front of us on the timeline of events and what has caused these increases. We know that shovel-ready projects were required to have contingencies, and these would be held at a program level. Had there not been shovel-ready money, this project would have still been funded because it was part of the program and in the LTP. Voting against this will put at risk the $8.2 million shovel-ready funding from the government. It will lose efficiencies with other projects, leading to increased costs and create more disruptions to communities. I would expect that anyone voting against the request to use shovel-ready MCR contingency on an MCR shovel-ready project will also refuse any increase to the current stadium budget, including the use of contingency. Today, any vote against this and then a vote in the near future for a stadium increase will be a clear display of being anti-cycleway and having no desire to lower emissions, the major component for our city causing human-induced climate change. Not to mention voting against safety benefits of separated cycleways and the improvement to health, both mental and physical, from cycling. Thank you.
So I'll split the motion, given that at least Yanni has indicated that he's going to abstain from a couple of the resolutions, namely 2B and 2C. So I'll put one.
Andrew, could we get it up on the screen if possible?
Yep, certainly. So if we can share the screen that I've got in here, that would be great. Yep. So everybody should now be able to see the resolution. So what I'd propose to do is to put 1 and 2 and 2A, and then 2B and C separately, together but separately. So this is 1, 2, and 2A. So all those...
We have division.
Yep, absolutely. So let's just do it as a division from the outset. So if we can call a division on 1, 2, and 2A, please.
The Mayor.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Turner.
Yes.
Councillor Chen.
Yes.
Councillor Coker.
Yes.
Councillor Cotter.
Yes.
Councillor Donovan.
Yes.
Councillor Davidson.
Aye.
Councillor Galloway.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson.
Yes.
Councillor Kuhn.
No.
Councillor MacDonald.
No.
Councillor Major.
No.
Sorry, what was that?
No. No.
Thank you. Councillor McClellan.
Aye.
Councillor Scandrett.
Aye.
Councillor Templeton.
Aye.
And noting that Councillor Chu and Councillor Goff are currently absent. So 12-4. And 3 against.
So that's carried. So next, resolutions 2B and C. So again, if we can take a division on those. So 2B and C together.
And why can't you do 3 as well, Andrew?
Oh, sorry. I should have...
I'm happy with... I'm comfortable with 3.
I should have actually included...
I mean, it's semantics, so if it speeds it up, I'm relaxed. Yeah.
All right, we'll deal with 3 separately at the end for the sake of completeness. I probably should have added that in with 1 and 2, but I'll do 3 separately at the end. So this is 2B and C together, and then we'll do 3 separately as well. So 2B and C, a division, please.
The Mayor.
Sorry, I am here, yep.
Deputy Mayor Turner.
Yes.
Councillor Chen.
Yes.
Councillor Coker.
Yes.
Councillor Cotter.
Aye.
Councillor Donovan.
Yep.
Councillor Davidson.
Aye.
Councillor Galloway.
Yep.
Councillor Johansson.
Aye.
Is that an abstention?
Yeah.
Yep.
Abstention. Councillor Kuhn.
Aye.
That was a no. Councillor MacDonald.
No.
Councillor MacDonald.
No.
Councillor Major.
No.
Councillor McClellan.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
Aye.
Councillor Templeton.
Aye.
So we have 1, 2, 3 against, 1 abstention, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4. Noting that 2 councillors are currently
so that's also carried. And then resolution 3. Do we need a division on that one as well, or can I just put that? I'll just put that one then. So all those in favour say aye.
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 Against?
No.
So Aaron voting against. Anybody else against? Yep. Nobody else against? All right, so that's carried. Thank you very much, and thanks to staff for detailed answers to detailed questions and the additional work done. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So now we move to item 18, the resolution to exclude the public. noting that Barry Bragg, Chair of Te Kaha Project Delivery, remain after the public have been excluded for item 20 of the public excluded agenda, as he has knowledge that's relevant to that item and will assist the council. I'm happy to move the resolution to exclude the public as set out in front of us. Do I have a seconder? Jimmy Chen. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
So Yanni is voting against. Anybody else voting against? So that's carried. So we'll just deal quickly with the